Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30.
Get the meeting started there.
Okay, are we live?
We're live.
Okay, folks, can you hear there? Can you? You're on air here. Okay, I'd like to welcome us all to the meeting today, first meeting of the new year. So, Happy New Year to us. I was looking out the window there a minute ago, and you know Christmas is over when you see the Christmas tree being cut down and being shredded. So it's well and truly over. So you're very welcome back. Again, we have a quorum. And we're all seated. So I want to thank us all for coming here today at such short notice and during the recess as well. And the meeting has been convened to receive a briefing from witnesses on the operational and practical issues arising from EU exit on the 1st of January. Claire, John, Morris and Patsy will be joining us on Stardate. You're very welcome. And Philip, sorry, Philip. And I think Philip was on his way and then he had a swing around, so he's not on my note here. And as we know that it will be recorded and broadcast through Parliament buildings and online. Again, you know the rules. You can use mobile devices provided they're on airplane mode and muted. We don't have any apologies. So the first item is number 2 on our agenda, but the first item of business, no apologies. The second item, is that we're going to have an oral briefing from LogisticsUK on the operational and practical issues arising from EU exit. And I'd like to take at this juncture welcome by Starleaf Seamus Leheny of LogisticsUK. And Seamus, can you hear us there? Seamus, I'd like to thank you for making yourself available to come and talk to us at such short notice, and I note that you've been very busy. We were logged on watching you yesterday at the NA Affairs Committee in Westminster. So thank you very much, Seamus. If you take 10 minutes or so to outline the issues that you wish to bring to our attention arising from exit, and obviously members will want to ask some questions after that. So Seamus, you're very welcome, and thank you, and Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for asking me on this morning to all the members of the committee as well. My name is Seamus Leheny. I'm the Policy Manager for LogisticsUK here in Northern Ireland. We represent the interests of 18,000 businesses across the UK. So as my job title says, I manage the Northern Ireland aspect of it. I've been in this job now for just over 10 years. Prior to working for LogisticsUK, I worked in the shipping industry in Belfast. I worked for a couple of different shipping companies, so I have experience of customs clearance, shipping, etc., and haulage. And locally here in Northern Ireland, we have 5 staff here in Northern Ireland. So I look after policy, but we have people look after members in different aspects. We're between 350, 380 members here locally. And our members can range from, a large wholesaler, retailer, large haulier, right down to a small haulier with 5 trucks, or it could be a large haulier with 500 trucks. So a broad range of members, and also you play in the big multinational logistics operators into that as well. So when I speak to members, you're hearing from all aspects of the industry here, of people who move different types of goods. So it's good why we're here today. It's day 7 of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and as you'll be aware, I spoke to the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee yesterday. It hasn't been plain sailing, and this was inevitable, I suppose, because with such short space of time to prepare for businesses, there was always going to be issues to get any system of this magnitude up and running. We have the UK command paper on the Northern Ireland Protocol was published by the UK government on the 10th of December. And then after that, we were kind of drip-fed different derogations or guidance, with some guidance not being published until the 31st of December. So some operators had less than 24 hours to know exactly what they were going to have to do on New Year's Day. And I suppose that's a problem we said for a long time. Operators for the magnitude of this change in trading conditions, you'd at least need at least 6 clear months to prepare, and that 6 months will be putting it at a push. Ideally, you'd get a year. So the problem we're faced at the moment, it's in 2 different areas. It's on customs, and then it's on SPS. The SPS stands for sanitary and phytosanitary, and that's what's of relevance to your committee, because that's the movement of products of plant and animal origin. I'll probably, what I want to stress at the start of this meeting, and I want to pay utmost respect to really, is your dairy officials on the ground. Those guys have been a credit to the department, the veterinary officials at the border control posts here at the ports. I've been working with them since New Year's Day, so when we first got light of some of the problems was on New Year's Day. We had members in lorries getting detained at Belfast Port, and thankfully their officials made themselves available to me to help resolve the issues, and then subsequently those officials were able to work with operators directly, and that's been the case really ever since. So I want to pay credit to those guys and put it on the record that they are engaging with industry directly and being extremely helpful. Where the breakdown in communication, I think, with regards, I'll start with the SPS side of things, is that we had obviously the grace period announced just before Christmas of export health certificates for certain food products coming into Northern Ireland. So I think that led some people to believe that the only thing they have to do to move food into Northern Ireland is A, do a customs declaration, and B, do what was called a STAM NI document. The STAM NI document was basically a temporary document in lieu of an export health certificate. It was just giving a brief overview of what the products were. But what was failed to be told to industry was that they still had to do a pre-notification on the Traces NTIT system that dairy use, and on that they had to put in what was called a SHED document. A SHED document stands for a Common Health Export Document, and what that document really does, it's telling dairy officials, here's a load of food arriving into Northern Ireland at a particular time and date, here's who sent it, and here's what it comprises, so officials know. So what we had over the weekend of the Northern Ireland Protocol was loads of food arriving into Belfast with no pre-notification, and when dairy officials were stopping the truck, they were checking the manifest. The manifest simply said food on the lorry, and the operators didn't know that they had to do this. So subsequently, lorries in Larne and Belfast were being rerouted to the border control posts. The documentation, identification checks had to take place, and some physical inspections to see what the food was. Now, thankfully, there's been a lot of leniency, both by the dairy officials, and I understand maybe from the EU as well on this, because we have this leniency period where we can retrospectively sort out any problems on the ground here at Belfast and Larne. Normally, goods arrive from third country, food products into the EU, and they haven't done a pre-notification. They're putting the first boat back, or they're told to cross back over the border. In the cases here, basically, dairy officials have thankfully worked with local businesses and GB businesses to make those entries, those SHED entries, into the Traces system, and subsequently the pre-notification. And then once that's done, the loads are allowed to move on their way. So some operators are faring better than others. There was one operator I mentioned yesterday at the Northern Affairs Committee. They had on Sunday 9 trailers of food stopped. They didn't have their pre-notification done. And thankfully, through guidance from a dairy veterinary official and a video that they found online, how to complete these entries, they were able to do that. And thankfully, to date, their movements are moving now okay. So they've got over that. But a lot of other companies, I think there's been a failure of a lot of companies in GB to understand the requirements. And that comes down from SME businesses right up to large blue chip businesses. And indeed, I've been contacted by businesses in GB who have a commercial presence here, who on Monday they weren't aware of any of these procedures they needed. And there was a bit of panic there to get these systems in place and get the documentation done. The system for doing this is admin heavy. It takes a lot of time, and I have a correspondence this morning from a major business here in Northern Ireland just telling me that one of the customs house clearance providers that is affiliated to the Trader Support Service, that they are carrying out these SHED and Traces paperwork and entries for a lot of hauliers here in Northern Ireland. And they're working probably about 2 days behind target. They've been simply overwhelmed by the work. And I think that's the case right across industry, both here in GB, that people haven't been aware of the volume of admin that this was going to involve for them. And I suppose, a lot of businesses were told the last couple of years technology can solve everything and remove friction from customs. Well, I think that myth has been disproven now. That you cannot simply wish away friction and admin when you implement customs controls anywhere in the world. So that's on the SPS side of things. Where we still have a major problem with SPS is that a lot of food comes into Northern Ireland. It's classed as groupage. So I will send a lorry. Let's say I send a truck to the northwest of England, and it might go to 3 factories around Greater Manchester. It might lift a load of sausage rolls, some sausages, and some burgers, and then I'll go to Liverpool and I'll lift some pork there. But under these here, under the current rules, when you lift the first couple of pallets of food products, you're meant to seal the trailer. And obviously, a lot of these products, if they're on the prohibited and restrictive list, so like sausages, for example, they still need the export health certificate today. We run a process that we can't seal the truck because a vet has to sign off on the load that what they sign off on is secured and can't be tampered with or removed from the vehicle. That's impossible under groupage. So what we're doing at the moment, yesterday evening, myself and about 6 major operators in the food movement of goods into Northern Ireland, along with Dara, had a meeting to come up with solutions on this. And we put forward some ideas incorporating current systems that are in place, IT-based, for tracking, and obviously about how we can manage these groupage. So hopefully we'll be in a position. I think the DARA guys like the idea of this solution, and hopefully we'll be in a position where that idea can be put forward to DEFRA, and that we can get DEFRA and the Commission to agree to this, a simplified managed system to ensure continuity of groupage foods come into Northern Ireland. But there's no doubt there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of businesses under a great deal of pressure at the moment. Another issue with customs, which is the other area of admin for goods moving in here. Again, some businesses are faring better than others. It's very admin heavy to make a declaration for someone to make the entry into the GVMS and the Trader Support Service. It's taken maybe upwards of 30 minutes for them, from an admin point of view, to make this entry. The problem is we have the Trader Support Service. The government's funding this scheme, I think initially £200 million, and then a further £155 million over the next 2 years to implement software for industry. They've been overwhelmed as well. There's a lot of issues. I'm getting a lot of feedback from operators. Someone actually rang me at 9:45 this morning, a haulier, and they were online to the Trader Support Service yesterday on hold for about half an hour, and then not able to get the answers from the staff manning the phones. And I think as well that the GVMS system, the HMRC system, will then you put the customs data into, because you aren't allowed to ship from GB. The ferry companies won't permit you into the terminal if you haven't completed the customs correctly. That system's a little bit clunky and slow as well, and I'm getting reports of different issues from members with that. And the knock-on effect with this, with people not having their customs ready, it's twofold. A, we have a lot of lorries arriving at suppliers and factories and warehouses in GB, and they're asking for what's called the MRN reference. That's the reference number you get from HMRC when you've inputted the customs declaration. And a lot of businesses are looking at them and not realising they have to do that. And I think maybe you could look at a couple of reasons for that. It could be the lack of time, guidance from government, especially in GB for businesses there about their procedures for moving goods to Northern Ireland. I also think probably the implementation of the UK Trader Scheme just before Christmas, that some people thought that was a self-declaration where business said our goods will not be at risk, so therefore there should be no tariff applicable. I think some businesses felt that meant if you were part of the UK Trader Scheme, you didn't have to do customs. And it's probably, the other fact we've had businesses then when they go in, if the supplier doesn't have the customs done on this, the hauliers then having to make the tough decision saying we have to suspend this collection because if we lift these goods from you and you do not do the customs on time, and we get to the port, whether it's Cairnryan or Liverpool, the ferry company will get us into the terminal. And I've heard reports of lorries arriving in the ports. Around about 25% of trucks arriving at GB ports for Irish Sea crossings are being refused entry into the terminals initially. Now, some are able to go away, speak to their offices, and get it resolved and represent themselves at the terminal and then gain entry. But that shows you there's a lot of goods that simply haven't completed the documentation and procedures properly on that. And at the moment, we've got a lot of suppliers in GB have maybe suspended deliveries to Northern Ireland because they're simply trying to get on top of the admin and the systems on how to do this for them. So hopefully that's a bit of an overview for now, but obviously happy to take any questions and discuss further with any members of the committee.
Thank you, Seamus, for that very comprehensive briefing, and commend you as well. You're a very strong voice for the sector and for the freight industry, and we've been watching you and following you on Twitter and on television. I want to sort of ask the question, from listening to you today and indeed watching the yesterday as well, there does seem to be a major issue with the Trader Support Service. And one of the things that you referred to recently was the need for targeted support for the haulage sector. And again, I note from listening today and indeed watching all of this unfold recently that a lot of businesses, particularly across the water, rely on the freight sector in terms of to try and more or less to sort out the paperwork for them for access to here. So in what shape or what form do you think that this targeted support for the haulage sector should take, Seamus?
I think with HMRC, really have to step in here. They have the skills and the expertise to help businesses. At the moment, that's been delegated to the Trader Support Service. So the government have basically awarded this work and that support to the TSS. And I think there's a mixture of skills in TSS. There's some people there who are extremely confident with years of experience, and there's other people that really are very new to this, and they're struggling to give guidance. Probably, to give you one anecdotal, example. I had one member tell me yesterday evening that when they called the TSS for support, they had to explain to the individual helping them how a lorry and a trailer actually disconnect. The person didn't know that sometimes trailers go on boats without the actual lorry that pulls them. So we're dealing, we're getting down to that level of having to explain something. It's very frustrating for the businesses. There's also cases of people asking for advice, and they get a scripted response, or they're sent maybe a slide pack, maybe of upwards of maybe 80 or 90 slides to go and read. And that's not really what businesses were expecting. They were expecting that there'd be email phone lines where they could pick up the phone and there'd be someone with customs experience who could give them that advice that you could expect from a customs broker, because customs brokers, and I used to work in the industry, they're few and far between here in Northern Ireland, and they're overwhelmed with the workload they have already. They're doing the customs that has always taken place with third country trade, and then they're trying to look after the new procedures for their current customer base. So I think a lot of people hope that TSS would do this. So what we would like to see is the HMRC to try and step in here and offer, especially for the SME hauliers, some of the larger hauliers, they've got the expertise to be able to recruit and get people. And I know different companies have got some very good, capable staff looking after this for them. But there's others, again, I've spoken to a small haulage business this morning, and they said if this keeps up for a couple of weeks, that they'll just have to pack it. They will just focus on local haulage work in Northern Ireland and the Republic. They'll give up on doing cross-channel work.
And Seamus, what's your assessment of the movement assistance scheme?
The minimum assistance scheme, probably, it is welcome, undoubtedly. It covers the cost of the export health certificate. So what it does, it covers the cost of the EHC and also the travel expenses for the veterinary officials doing that. But it's only guaranteed up until the end of March. So, there's a fear that we reach a cliff edge around March time where companies will start having to pay for EHCs again. And we really need the government to commit for a longer period of time for this, because this can overwhelm, especially with groupage loads. If I'm a business, if I'm a wholesaler, say for example in Northern Ireland, I may be buying SPS goods from a dozen different suppliers in GB, so there's a dozen different veterinary officials that have to go to each of those sites and sign off on what could be a dozen other EHCs for various products going on the back of that lorry. The EHC typically costs around about £200. So, it doesn't take long for those costs to multiply. And the fear is that, margins are pretty tight as it is in retail. That if it becomes unprofitable to move goods to Northern Ireland, that some suppliers will simply think this isn't worth the hassle or the financial viability to continue doing this.
Before we move around the membership, I want to just pick up on that EHC. Each EHC could cost £200 each, right? And we had heard previously that trailers coming in here to the north may have up to 400 separate products. Could it be a case that a trailer load may require 200 or 400 EHCs at £200 each?
It could be, it's not inconceivable, Chair, that it would be regular, especially some of the chilled goods. Yeah, you could have upwards. If you could have 28, you could have 20. It varies. It depends on how many different commodities are in there. If I go in and lift one pallet, that one pallet could comprise of one product. It could be one pallet of burgers, or it could be one pallet comprising chicken wings, chicken nuggets, burgers, and sausages. And for each of those products, you would need an EHC for that. Ideally, what we need the government, and this is something we've pressed before, and we've spoken to the EU Commission about this, is that we would like to see a retail movement scheme. So it's a bit like we talked about, we have the UK trader scheme where companies self-declare that their products will not go into the Republic of Ireland, therefore no tariff is at risk. We would like to see a scheme in the long term where the wholesalers and the retailers who are moving primarily the large volumes of products in here, is that they're part of a trusted trader scheme where you can also do a lot of these EHCs in bulk. So if I'm a producer in England and I'm making sausage rolls for the Northern Ireland market, I get one EHC maybe per month. And that one EHC can then be duplicated and used for dozens of deliveries going to Northern Ireland. And that will be part of that retail movement scheme. So it will cut down the costs and it will cut down the administration.
Thank you, Seamus. I'll move around the room here. William, you're the first on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. I suppose we could very easily say we told you so. This is going to be unworkable, I believe. The sheer monstrosity, as you've said, even for companies, some companies will stop haulaging across the channel. I had a haulage company on yesterday, and I'm told there's a large number of haulage companies used Customs Clearance Consortium Group. Their system crashed yesterday, and I'm told since that this group has said they're going to walk away from this. It's not worth the hassle. So if these, and I'm sure you're aware of this, if that's the case, that these haulage companies have signed up to this group to do the work for them, and that's not going to happen now, what's going to happen? I understood in the system we were told there'd be flexibility for 3 months or 6 months. If we're facing these problems now, what are we going to face when the flexibility time period ends and we have full implementation?
Yes, Mr. Owen, yes, thanks. Yeah, you're correct. That CCC, the Customs Clearance Consortium, this was the concern. I think a lot of people, we had people involved in different elements of customs over the last couple of years have tried to talk to industry, saying that they could remove all friction, that they had that they had the answers to make this easy. And we've been down this avenue before. We've talked about various, whether it was the protocol or no deal Brexit, etc. And we said you just can't wish away admin and red tape. I think businesses were promised less red tape at this period of time, and nothing could be further from the truth where we are. And I suppose your industry has been warning for the last 4 years that we were facing something like this. Businesses, it would have dire consequences if people decide to walk away from their contracts and providing customs clearance services. And that's something, obviously, we expect government have rewarded contracts to people to provide services to industry, and we would expect those businesses to stand by those contracts and the service commitments. Some haulage companies are doing these services in-house. They've been able to do that. They have the staff, they have the manpower, they have the finances to do that. But the vast majority of businesses are relying on these third parties to do this, and it's imperative that that they don't walk away from this, that they work this out. I think the worst thing we can do in this scenario is try and walk away from a problem, because I think the alternatives are a lot worse for us.
Do you not see serious problems in the next few days? I'm told by the weekend some stores without their shelves will be not stock on some shelves in the supermarkets by the weekend, I'm told.
I don't know. I think you've got witnesses after me who can speak on behalf of the retail sector, but there is still goods getting through, but also there's a lot of goods still not getting through either. And what we've got to do, we've got to try and ease this logjam. It's about getting flexibility. Like that example I gave earlier, we're working with DERA about how to improve things. And the government should be working. The thing to remember about the Northern Ireland Protocol, it's a live document. It's not a book that's been written and closed. It is something that we can change, and it's something that the Joint Committee who work on that. So the UK government, along with the EU, can make this easier for us. And that's where the likes of this committee really need to apply the pressure onto the government, onto the Northern Ireland Office, the Cabinet Office, to make sure that our concerns are heard and that flexibilities and grace periods are extended as well. We would like to see this 3-month leniency period obviously extended for at least another 3 months.
Yeah, well, if we're supposed to be in the flexibility period now, and we have the problem, which would be very sensible given we're only into the system a few days. I mean, if we're seeing the problems now when there's flexibility supposed to be in the system, it baffles me. We had concerns in my party, and many of us said that this was unworkable, and we believe it's unworkable and will be unworkable. Many others seen this as the way forward, but I mean, there was clearly going to be problems with this, and I mean the magnitude of this is unbelievable. And I'm told Article 16 can be brought into place can change or revoke some of this. Is that right?
Article 16 can be, in a circumstance. The problem with that is that the other party, whoever invokes Article 16, either party can invoke it, but the other party then must take reciprocal measures on that. And then what would happen if we invoke that? Then what we risk is changing the WTO terms, and then we're left with probably an equal amount of problems with moving goods, both with the EU. And it's quite highly likely that there'll still be some form of controls or measures on the Irish Sea as well. So we probably exacerbate the problem, because then we're dealing then with red tape on goods moving north-south and east-west, potentially on that as well. It's basically, if we go that, I think we can only ever consider that if there's a clear plan of action. I think lifting the ball up off the pitch and walking off is not the thing to do here. What we've got to have is calm heads, have a clear plan about what we want. If we're not going to use the Northern Ireland Protocol, then what is the alternative and how's it going to work? Because that's why we're here today. This is why we're in this situation. We've had numerous deals proposed by the UK government over the last 3 years. All of them were rejected. And the business community here supported the backstop. The backstop would have kept us in regulatory alignment and in the customs union. We wouldn't have any of these problems today under the backstop. This is the result of the UK government rejecting that, and that was entirely its decision. So we have to work along that. So give us a clear plan, an alternative that works, is proven, because I think industry, and especially the holiday industry, we can marched up to the top of the hill on this, and to say, let's invoke this, but we didn't have a plan yet what to do next. I think that's just as dangerous, really, for us.
Okay, thank you, Seamus and William. Rosemary?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Coming from a county, I'm in the west of the province, where haulage is so important, and we've got a number of haulage businesses, as you're aware. A lot of these haulage businesses obviously go to England, Scotland, etc., bring over goods and then collect goods on the way back. Now, what percentage of them at the moment are being held up and not getting back?
Yes, Ms. Barton, that's a good question. Yeah, there's some fantastic hauliers down around your county who I know well and I've been speaking to recently. I'll give you one example. There was a large haulier here at the start of the week. They sent sort of 285 lorries to Great Britain from Northern Ireland. So that shows goods are flowing from Northern Ireland okay. The unfettered access to GB isn't a problem. So Northern Ireland products are getting on the shelves across England, Scotland, Wales, no bother at all. The problem was up until I think Tuesday night, they only received 100 of those lorries back. So less than half of the lorries were able to complete a return journey laden. And it's important because the way the haulage sector works here, it's a cycle. You make your money, your pricing is based on getting a load over to England and then getting your load back again. And the problem was for that particular operator, I know this is replicated, I've spoken to another County Antrim haulier this morning, is that they're making the delivery fine into England, but the suppliers in England then are not prepared to complete customs, to have the goods shipped to Northern Ireland. So these operators are having to make the tough decision, is that do we sit and do we wait to get a load that's ready, or do we ship the lorries back empty to Northern Ireland? Because the problem is, if we didn't get the lorries back to Northern Ireland, how do we continue servicing the unfettered exports from NI to GB? And that's critical, because if we don't get those lorries back, then the exporters or local manufacturers suffer here. And that one haulier that I used the example with the 285 lorries, they made a really tough commercial decision to ship a number of lorries and trailers back empty, which is, you never want to do in haulage, because if you're running empty, you're burning money. And that came to them at a personal cost of £24,000 to do that. But they didn't. They did that because they didn't want to let down their customers here in Northern Ireland.
Yeah. Another thing, what work has been done with the haulage companies by the government or by officials to try and bring them up to scratch, to try and help them with the paperwork? I know, yes, we have these various schemes, we have the trusted traders schemes, etc., but as you've said, these are holding lorries up sometimes 12 hours before they can get answers. The people working in them are inefficient, they still haven't got to grips with their tasks, etc. So basically, what else can be done now to get our hauliers, etc., up to scratch, so that they will not be wasting time, they will not be losing money, etc., on their journeys, on their turnaround time?
I think it all comes down. A lot of it comes down to the trader support service. They need to, them and the other consortium measures, for the TSS is made up of different businesses. It's a consortium in its name. I suppose they have to really up their capacity, their hours. A company called me last night that apparently, I need to check it, but that the trader support service removed its phone number from its website. The person couldn't find the number anymore to call it. So we need basically a real, an improvement in capacity first and foremost. When I say about we need the advice, we probably need HMRC to step in. I know HMRC have a couple of thousand staff manning various helplines across the UK, at the end of the transition. I think a number of these staff should be redirected to a dedicated Northern Ireland service, especially for the haulage sector here, because for those SME haulers who don't have the in-house expertise, they need this. And, I remember saying about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and I said it in local media and everything, but I said back in the government here, needed to implement a funding scheme where consultants and trainers would go around businesses and give them those in-house skills and expertise to do that. It also called for apprentices, so that we could have an apprenticeship scheme where a company could recruit someone and train them up in customs and then have them ready for this eventuality. And none of these things were delivered by government, and obviously we've passed that point now. So I think the best we can is for the government to hold the likes of Trader Support Service to account and make sure we get value for money from that service. And that HMRC dedicates its services and staff to local businesses here.
And just one other question. William referred to the protocol, and then you talked about the backstop. Would the backstop position in relation to getting goods into Northern Ireland from Great Britain, would that have been a better option?
Yeah, because we would be, the UK would still be in the customs union, so we wouldn't have to do our customs declarations, and also we would have been signed up to the regulatory standards as well, so you wouldn't have a lot of these SPS. So it would have been, you certainly wouldn't have any of these problems we're faced with today on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Patsy, can you hear me there? Patsy Malone.
Thanks very much, Chair. And first of all, Seamus, I would like to particularly thank you. And I know Aidan will be coming on as well shortly because of the tremendous work that you've done in keeping people appraised of what's going on and your knowledge of the sector. So thank you very much for that. Just specifically, I've had a number of queries from businesses. Now, these would be the medium-sized businesses, and you referred to it earlier there, and one of them, I'll quote him saying, was the Trader Support Service was pretty poor in getting advice. Now, I know that falls on HMRC, you've already referred to there, but is there anything in particular, all in the usual lobby, that we need to be doing to improve that service? Because clearly, you've outlined earlier, some people are seasoned hands and others are just new to the business and they really don't have any grasp of the practical realities of basically doing business. What do we as a committee need to be doing to sharpen up that experience?
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Bloom. And I think as the Trader Support Service, it's a publicly funded service that the government that we're paying for. I think, and that was a tender awarded by HMRC and by government on it. I think we really need to apply immediate pressure. I know myself and other business representatives here have a meeting with Michael Gove later today, and we'll certainly be making representations that these providers need to be held to account on this. I think we need to check to see what were the KPIs, what were the service level targets for the likes of the support service to deliver in week one. I know the Customs Clearance Consortium, for example, that Mr. Irwin mentioned earlier. I had one business tell me that at the weekend, the CCC had 4 members of staff working, which on the weekend of Northern Protocol was nowhere near the level that was required. So I think really the best we can do at the moment in the immediate term is to improve the efficiency of that service and what it's delivering to businesses. Because I think it's easy to say that I think some aspects of the TSS have said it's been underutilised. I had heard that this morning, but I think basically because there's not as many clearances from GB to NI happening, because what we have a lot of businesses in GB have taken a step back. I'll give you an example. There was a business in GB on Monday was due to have 15 loads collected for delivery into Northern Ireland. That business, the haulier came and collected, they weren't aware of the customs procedures, and subsequently they've taken a step back and they've said, listen, we need a week or so to consider how we're going to manage these movements to Northern Ireland now. Now, thankfully, those goods, and a lot of ambient goods, those goods were actually destined, believe it or not, for the Easter market. So it had a lot of products. When we're talking about shortages, we need to be careful because ambient products, your pasta, your baked beans, things like that, we've got about 3 months' supplies here. Where this pressure is the chilled and fresh produce, so it's the chilled meat, so it's the fruit and veg. And you'll probably talk to Aidan later on that, So I think immediately we just need the support for businesses. We need someone on the end of the phone to help them immediately talk them through exactly what they need to do. And so, a certain amount of flexibilities as well.
Yeah, just, and I know it's important stages now, very important stages. It's probably early stages in order to be able to analyse just the range of difficulties and deficits that there are, and also the strong points that there might be in the trader support services. But Chair, with maybe your forbearance, would it be okay, Seamus, if you get specifics that you could share them with the committee as and when you've done that type of analysis?
Yep, not a problem at all. Yep.
Well, that's grand. Thanks very much, Chair. That's all I need for the moment. Yeah.
Would that be just like experiences that companies are having with the trader support service?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I do that, yeah.
Thank you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Patsy. Thank you, Phil. Philip? Philip Morgan? Philip? Philip?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before I address Seamus, I think it's important to maybe address William's comments about "we told you so." I mean, that's utter nonsense. That the DUP didn't tell us anything. In fact, I mean, they need to realise that the discussion that we're having and the problems that we're discussing this morning are a result of a Brexit that they pursued. And they didn't tell us, they tried to wish away these problems through IT solutions that don't exist. And I mean, as Seamus and Rosemary have pointed out, there were solutions that would have suited the North and its businesses much better that the DUP actually voted against. So I think that those comments needed addressed. In terms of Seamus, I appreciate you coming on board. As everybody has said, you've been really good in terms of setting out the problems and explaining them in an easy to understand manner. And I would echo what Patsy has said. I think that maybe in the back of this evidence that we hear from you and others today, the committee will have some work engaging with probably our own minister and the executive and maybe others. So if that we can continue that engagement throughout this process, that would be good. The majority of my points you either answered or other members have asked. But in terms of the problem, Seamus, of NI hauliers using Dublin ports from Britain to come onto this island. I mean, there's a difficulty there. Perhaps if you could maybe explain that, the problems and maybe potential solutions there. And then the other thing, just, I mean, a lot of what we're discussing this morning, as you have pointed out, is because the probably lack of the British government's preparedness and maybe lack of preparedness of businesses in Britain. And over time, some of those admin problems, the systems will hopefully, and the communications will be improved. What will we be left with if that is the case, Seamus, in terms of the major problems that maybe you don't foresee being solved through the next sort of 3-4 months? And how do we solve them, or who solves them? Is it an issue where DERA can help, or are they all issues that are going to need to be addressed through the joint committee?
Thanks very much. I think I'll take your last question first of all. I think the long-term solution is obviously the movement of food in here. So the export health certificates. I think what we need two solutions. We need what I touched on earlier, and I think you can pick up at the witnesses after me. We need a solution to this export health certificate. I don't think it's sustainable to expect an EHC for every single consignment of food coming in here. What we probably need is something like the retail movement scheme, and that's something like the Northern Ireland Business Brexit Working Group that I'm a part of, that we have put towards the EU and the UK government on that. And what we'd like to see, it's a trusted trader scheme as such, and we need to do away with the need for individual EHCs for every single consignment. One makes it a huge admin burden, but if you think about the pressures on the veterinary and environmental officials in GB to provide that service, I think it's quite a stretch to think that they can keep up with that. And so I think that's one solution. Long term, we need to figure out. Probably the other thing is on what I touched on as well earlier is the groupage consignments. It's not practical to see a trailer once you pick up 2 pallets of food and then you're driving up the M6 to pick up another 2 pallets. We need the system that we're probably going to propose, that DERA is going to propose to DEFRA, incorporating a current IT system. There's currently an IT system, it's called Mandel. It's used as you'll see whenever you're driving behind a lorry, maybe some of you are really stuck behind one of our lorries on the road somewhere. But you'll see on the refrigerated trailers, you'll see there'll be a badge in the back of them called BRC accredited. And BRC, the British Retail Consumer, but what it means basically, it's like retailers. If I'm a supermarket, I want full traceability of the food that's coming to our shops. So I want to know if I've got, a load of chicken coming to our supermarket in Belfast today, I want to know, I want to see live and retrospective where that chicken was loaded and how it got to our shop and what temperature it was kept at. And it's a brilliant system. It's currently all hauliers who use those goods are currently part of. So what we're trying to say is that rather than having to see a trailer, is that you see a pallet and then using the IT system that's in place already, that's something that their officials and also the EU could have confidence that if they wanted to check the traceability of the load and it says what it is, that they can now just access that IT system. So we look at a lot of the solutions, they exist already, and that's where I go back to about the flexibilities. The Northern Ireland Protocol is a live document. We can change it, we can alter it. We have to remember, it's in the EU's interests to make it sustainable, the protocol, and to work with us. So if they can do things like that to make it more sustainable for us, it's in everyone's best interest. So that's the type of solutions we need to look at further. Dublin Port is hugely important, especially for the agri-food market. The Department for Economy carried out a study there this year, and it's something that I recommend, but they worked out that 20% of the freight going on the ferries to and from GB is actually Northern Irish goods. That's clear. I've been down in Dublin Port some nights when we go into the peak sailings at 8 o'clock, even Dublin for England, Holyhead in Wales, sorry. You'll recognise a lot of the trucks and the ferries are household names. And that's why, basically, because the reason we rely on Dublin, it's the fastest route to market for the south of England. So if you want to get goods into the south of Birmingham within the delivery times you need for food, you have to use Dublin Holyhead. Because if you use, let's say, Belfast to Liverpool, that's an 8-hour sailing time. That doesn't get you in. You're still up in the north of England. If you use Belfast or Larne to Cairnryan, that's a quick sailing time. But then you've got a long drive time. You've got to get across to the M6 and then drive down the whole length of England to get down to London. So people use Dublin because it's a quick, you're straight down the M1, you're in the port tunnel, you're on the boat, and then 2.5 hours later, you're in Holyhead. The problem with that, and what we need to sort out, what we're trying to sort at the moment, and again, it'd be welcome if the committee can obviously add pressure here, is that we need a transit agreement that works. Transit, basically, the movement of transit is like a passport where you can pass through another territory moving goods without having to do customs. So if I can explain it in probably the easiest terms I can, Northern Ireland under the protocol will have unfair access with the EU. So if I'm a business in England, I will have to do customs if I import goods from France, let's say. But if I'm a business in Ballymena and I'm buying goods from France, well, I can pick up my load in France, raise a transit document, which isn't customs. It's a document the shipper can raise for about €30. And what it is, it's like a passport. It's telling HMRC when these goods arrive into Dover, they're not actually staying in GB. They're going to Northern Ireland, which technically is part of the single market. So there's no customs due and there's no tariffs due or any regulatory controls, because basically what the transit does, it's saying this load's none of your business. It's going between the single market. What we need, currently we don't have a transit system that works if I'm moving goods from Holyhead to Northern Ireland via Dublin, or vice versa, from Northern Ireland to Holyhead via Dublin. And that's where a lot of haulers are finding problems, that they're having to do import declarations and doing pre-boarding notifications for leaving Holyhead bound for Dublin. And it's creating a lot of problems there. So what the solution we need is that when if I'm a lorry, let's say, going to Northern Ireland from England and I'm leaving Holyhead, you want to arrive into Holyhead, and HMRC have already set up there as an office of departure. So an office of departure is where you start that transit movement. So I'm that Northern Irish haulier arriving to Holyhead and I'm clocking in. I'm saying, well, here's a load that's leaving Holyhead for Dublin, but it's not actually going to the Republic of Ireland, it's going to County Fermanagh. And then basically I get in, Irish Revenue Customs can see this particular lorry is on a transit movement, so we don't need an import declaration, we don't need an SPS check on if it's food products. it's a green light. It's allowed out of the port and it travels on its way to Northern Ireland. And then what we need then is that we need a remote office of destination. So if I'm delivering, let's say, to Joe Blogs Limited in Fermanagh, I put that in when I leave Holyhead as my destination. And if anyone has an issue with that in any of the border agencies, they know where to find me. And you have to give, I think it's 12 hours notice for border force. So what could happen is that the government's going to trust me that, yeah, I'm going to finish this transit journey in County Fermanagh where I say it is. But because I have to give 12 hours notice, is that border force could say to me, you know what, Seamus, you've got a lorry going to Fermanagh in 12 hours for delivery. We just need to do a routine check. So can you come to an official office of transit? That could be, like, you know, for example, they could have it in Newry, Banbridge or Belfast. Just come up there. We just want to make sure, it's just a routine check to make sure the goods are what you say they are. And that would help continue that flow of goods used in Dublin, and you can use it in both directions. At the moment, the only option to use transit is using an authorised consignee status in Northern Ireland, which, if I've got a large warehouse, I can get that, where I can complete those journeys. But it's a huge admin to do that. And before you even get authorised consignee status from HMRC, you have to get what's called a temporary storage approval from Border Force, where they have to come out and do an audit on your facility. It's all things like security and traceability. And really, that will only benefit some very large businesses here in Northern Ireland. Your general businesses, SMEs, and your typical haulier would find it very difficult to acquire that.
Okay, thank you.
Claire?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Seamus, for all that, and good luck. And, you know, absolutely agree. You know, the difference between the protocol operations and the backstop are just incomparable. And many of us did support the backstop for the very reasons that you pointed out. But we are where we are, and so I suppose maybe just to try and maybe not cover as much that has already been covered. I maybe want to have a wee look at or ask you, over the past couple of days, I know that you're saying that the DAERA officials have been really good and on the ground, and we know from speaking to them here at the committee in the past the volume of work that they were doing. But I mean, I don't think anybody realistically could expect a deal to be signed off on the 31st of December and businesses to be ready, you know, a couple of hours later on the 1st of January to be able to, you know, move through this new system. I think it's absolutely shocking that people were put in that position anyway. But what has our minister's response been, and what's the Westminster response? Are they listening? Are they prepared to take up the challenge and put in the steps that you're really calling for or advocating?
Yeah, thanks very much. And I would say this really, like, I think the minister has engaged with us on this. I think a lot of these formalities that basically that you know, it's been imposed on DAERA. A lot of it, it's, you know, we don't have a decision on this. It's part of the protocol and withdrawal agreement. So I think we've been strung up a little bit by obligations imposed by DEFRA and by UK government here on this. So I think, you know, if we are going to get any flexibility on this, it has to come through that joint committee on the UK-EU on this. And that's what we need to see. I'm not seeing a lot of transparency, and I haven't had any engagement yet with that joint committee. And let's face it, the joint committee in the Northern Ireland Protocol, that's going to dictate business and society for all of us here. And we need to see it working, and we need to see more of them engaging with the likes of your committee and with businesses. But, you know, if we can engage with various Northern Assembly committees on that, you can at least portray our concerns and our feedback on that. We need to see that happen urgently, so that you can address what I'm telling you today directly to the people who can make the necessary changes and flexibilities that we need.
So it continues then that if any changes are to happen, we will need the EU sign off on that as well and agree any changes. That's definitely a joint committee thing. There's nothing the UK can, you know, act independently to make any changes for?
It's going to take a lot of that. You can't make very many unilateral decisions on this, unfortunately. I think any unilateral decisions we can make, we've already made. Big grace periods have been agreed with the EU. I think what we should be able to demonstrate the problems the industry is facing in the first 6 days. And I think, you know, A lot of businesses will work through the problems, a lot of others won't, but we've got to use this time to justify to that joint committee why we need more flexibilities and more derogations and mitigations I've talked about with those types of trusted trader schemes, etc.
And then just want to look at the Irish government, and particularly when we're talking about coming through the Dublin ports, and that's really interesting, really good to know about those transit documents. I'd never heard of that before either, or in a remote office. But is there any ongoing discussions, or has there been any response from the Irish government in terms of can they provide any relief? Is there, any movement from them that they are willing to facilitate NI businesses, I suppose, or traders coming through?
I think the Irish government, we would liaise with them and through the Northern Ireland Business Brexit Working Group, we liaise directly with them. I think I spoke to one of the ferry companies here this week. Now, they've had meetings with Hildegard Naughton, who's like the transport minister in the Republic. And there's going to be very keen because there's commercial interest here as well. If they start losing Northern Ireland traffic, that 20% of traffic is significant for Dublin Port. So that's money and jobs in the Republic of Ireland that's at risk if Northern Ireland goods stop using Dublin. So I think there's an interest for the Irish government to fix this problem and solve with it. So I think it would be good maybe for the committee and the Assembly to liaise with Minister Naughton for a solution, especially around the transit of goods coming through. But also as well, we need to see maybe a bit more flexibility. I'm seeing with SPS controls at Dublin Port being extremely stringent. And I'll give you an example. There was a lorry load of Quaver crisps arrived at the Dublin Port this week. And the haulier, there was a mistake with one of the commodity codes. And that load was detained for 21 hours at Dublin Port. And the driver wasn't allowed to leave the border control post. So there's issues there where I think, I don't think Quaver crisps other crisps are available, by the way, but I don't think they're a risk to public health. And I think there has to be a bit of flexibility, a bit of common sense applied as well by Irish officials there. So what I would say is please engage with them, with the Irish government on this, and with that transit facility. I think what they would need to do, the Irish government and Irish Revenue in particular, need to liaise with the Trader Support Service. Because at the moment, Trader Support Service can only engage with UK IT systems. If we're going to maybe facilitate a transit system coming into Northern Ireland that's more flexible, we might need TSS's IT system to be able to engage with the Irish Revenue Customs on that. That will take a bit of brokerage, I think, by politicians on both sides of the border.
Have you had much discussion with the Irish government, or any?
We would liaise with the Irish Secretariat and the Department of Foreign Affairs. We've given them, there's not been a lot recently, that's going back over the last year or so on things that we need. We have put forward through the Northern Ireland Business Brexit Working Group our concerns, things like the Trusted Trader Scheme for retail, and obviously on transit we have highlighted the importance of Dublin as well. So I think it's in the Irish government's interest to make this work, because they need the Northern Ireland Protocol to work just as much as we do.
Yeah. And just a wee quick last one, Seamus, if I can, please. Say the drivers, when they're being held for that amount of time, are they sitting in their lorries? I'm thinking of the weather in particular. And are they just sitting on the roadside or in a car park in their cabs?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Actually, I'm glad you raised that. I'm getting that there's a welfare issue from a lot of drivers. When they're detained, they can't leave. They have to stay there. We need to see, obviously, at the BCPs here at Long and Belfast, we need to make sure the drivers have adequate facilities for warmth, for sanitary, etc. And there's also the public health issue, because what I've heard as well in some places here in Dublin is that when drivers are detained and they're standing around and they're chatting and things like that, and in the middle of COVID and lockdown, that's probably not a good thing that we want. So we need adequate facilities for drivers. And if possible, if a load is going to be detained for something like 21 hours, I don't think the driver should be expected to have to stay with that load. I think the driver should be afforded the ability to leave that, go home to his or her family, and then the company can arrange for another driver to collect the load once permitted to leave, because so I think that's something that if the committee here can obviously work with DARA and just make sure drivers have adequate facilities on site would be welcome.
Thank you very much.
Harry?
Thank you very much, Chair. and thank you, Seamus. First of all, I'd like to praise Deirdre and all the officials and all the men on the ground and all for all the work they've done. I mean, if anybody's raised to it, they certainly have raised to it. Absolutely no problems there. A wee comment maybe on the UK ports. Did you say that some of the lorries were actually getting over here to the NI ports without the paperwork? Because I thought that they wouldn't get leaving the UK terminals without the proper paperwork being in place. Seamus, maybe you want to answer that first of all, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Leaving NI ports to GB isn't a problem. That's okay. What they need is that you need what's called, to get access. So if I arrive at Cairnryan or Liverpool, you need what's called the goods movement reference, which you only get the GMR once a customs declaration has been done. So that's the problem. You can only ship once customs has been done, and that's where we're seeing the impact on supply chains and hauliers today. Is because not every business realises what they've had to do with customs. Either the business doesn't know what to do, or they're waiting on the provider who's providing that service to do it for them is overwhelmed by the workload and they can't keep pace.
And are the EU officials in place yet overseeing this? We were told that there would be EU officials in place. Are they in place yet? Or
There's the EU officials here, so they're primarily interested on the SPS, and from my discussions really is that they're just simply monitoring, they're just watching, and that they're quite happy with the leniency approach for now, and we obviously need to make sure that that approach is maintained for the foreseeable future. So there's been no issues there with them watching this, but we just need to make sure that they don't suddenly want to apply, letter of the law overnight really some reasons, because we need that flexibility. When problems present themselves when goods arrive in Northern Ireland, we need flexibility and practical solutions to solve it on the ground, not bureaucracy.
100%, because the last thing we want to happen is the shortages. What I'd be frightened of is booking traders or businesses into sending stuff over here, so we do need to sort that out. That transit system, we do need to get a transit system that works. That's first class. Yep, appreciate it. Thank you, Seamus.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
No problem, thank you.
John Blair.
Chair, thank you. I want to, like others before me, to just comment on the "I told you so" remark at the start of this, because people didn't tell us so. They predicted there would be no problems, and they accused some of us of scaremongering when we told clearly that there'd be either a problem east-west with freight or a problem north-south with food production as well as freight. And that's the actual reality of what was happened 4 years ago. And we are 4.5 years ago, and we know the Northern Ireland people's verdict on it as well. But looking for solutions, and Seamus, I want to add to the thanks to you and to colleagues for the work you've done on this recently, in an ever-changing situation, and also, of course, the constant work and resource you've had to apply to this for the last 4.5 years. Are we in a position, and I don't want to go over, you've already touched on this, how to get the Dublin route and the possible solutions and alternatives there. Are we therefore in a position looking to what political small p and large p and departmental help there can be, where DAERA should be engaging directly with Irish Revenue and their Irish departmental counterparts to look for those solutions also? And specifically, is there evidence at this time that DAERA, either at ministerial or departmental level, are doing that currently?
Thanks very much, Mr. Blair. I think at the moment, DAERA resources and attention is focused on Northern Ireland ports at the moment. I think they are under a great deal of pressure, and that's where their efforts are being focused. And probably quite rightly, they need to solve the problem on their doorstep first of all. But I certainly think, for our agri-food industry, the importance of Dublin can't be overestimated, and I think the department should be liaising with their counterparts in the Republic to find that solution, both to the easement of SPS controls at Dublin Port, but also on the transit issue as well.
Okay, so currently we're probably not seeing much of that engagement taking place, but it's something we as a committee could pursue, or us as individual members could pursue, to try and encourage more conversations in that regard to look for additional solutions, really. Yeah.
Yeah, through that and also through the special joint committee as well. Like I said, we've had no engagement whatsoever. The business community hasn't had any engagement with the special joint committee. I think that committee needs to convene as soon as possible and start seeking these practical solutions we need now.
Okay, Seamus, thank you very much for that.
Okay, John. And Morris? Morris, your audio is... Oh, we can hear you now. Yes, Morris, can hear you now.
Yeah. Seamus, thanks very much for your presentation. It's well, I know now that the protocol itself is causing a lot of the problems which need to be addressed. Now, I'm not into the blame game, and I prefer to look at where we're at now and how we move forward, not how we got here. We have no control of the past. Seamus, what we can shape the future, and that is where we need to channel our efforts. Major problems appear to have manifested themselves in the mainland. Companies appear not to have been prepared for necessary customs papers to be in order, probably as a result of the short notice of an agreement on being agreed at a relatively short notice, and a lack of time from to the 1st of January as the EU and the UK only formalised the deal on the 10th of December. As a comparison, what are the issues taking goods from the UK to the EU through, say, Dover? Are there any lessons that can be learnt from these ports? And is there an ability to streamline the process going forward?
I think, Mr. Bradley, I think at the moment, I think goods leaving, from what I'm hearing, GB to the EU is also extremely tough at the moment. I think the primarily, at the moment, the GB is taking this approach where there's no controls on goods leaving GB or entering from the EU. So I can ship goods from France to England today, and there's no customs declarations or SPS controls. The UK government took that unilateral decision, and that's valid, I think, up until the 1st of July this year. So that means there's only an issue with one-way traffic going to the EU. And I think similar issues are happening, but the difference that you've got to consider here is that trade GB to NI, it's the supply chain is built up over decades, and you've got retailers. So you've got a retailer on a high street in Manchester who also has, their shops in Ballymena, Coleraine, and Belfast, and that doesn't apply to that same retailer. They don't have a commercial presence in France or Belgium, so they're not moving these multiple consignments of food. So that's what makes Northern Ireland unique here, is that because we're part of the UK internal market, there's all these internal movements of businesses that have a commercial presence in Northern Ireland, but they don't in continental Europe, so you don't have that same problem. Primarily, if you're moving goods to the continent, you're a tried and trusted exporter, you're used to exporting goods. Probably there's only really one UK supermarket that has a presence in France. I think that's Marks and Spencer's. And they would probably be having to deal with the same situation moving goods to Northern Ireland as they are to France. They probably move to France. They don't have a certain grace period and things. We have been given these grace periods and moving food into Northern Ireland, so it would be slightly harder moving to France at the moment, those types of products.
Thanks, Seamus. It appears that there are problems everywhere, not just Northern Ireland, although they seem to be worse for us. Seamus, what's the main pinch points within the system? And can you give an assessment of the number of vets that are available to carry out the necessary processes and checks in the GB?
I don't unfortunately have the number of vets available in GB for this. That's probably something DEFRA would be able to advise. I know that the new assistance scheme is obviously covering the cost of that for now. So it depends on vets and the availability of these vets, and maybe for some of them this is an opportunity. We don't know yet. I think where the pressure is that on a lot of these groupage, a lot of these chilled products coming to Northern Ireland, a lot of the suppliers are finding, from what I'm hearing from some haulers, is that they're struggling to get a vet to come at the one time to sign off maybe on several different consignments. That's a problem. I don't think it's realistic to expect a vet to come a couple of times a day or every other day to sign off on things, and that's the challenge what we have in groupage, and that's why we need that solution for retail.
Thanks, Seamus. You've certainly given this committee food for thought and a lot of thought for our forward work programme. So thank you very much, Seamus.
Thank you.
Okay, right. So, Seamus, I want to take the opportunity to thank you for your attendance this morning. Again, at such very short notice and in the middle of a extremely busy time for yourself, and it was very interesting and very informative and detailed discussion. So, thanks, Seamus, and no doubt we will be seeing you again. Thank you, now.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Okay, thank you. Before we go on to the next section, perhaps we should maybe look at the possibility of making representation from the committee to the support service, the JC, and the Minister Norton in the south around some of the issues that Seamus raised.
Tell me again who you want to raise.
The JC, the Joint Committee, the Trader Support Service, and the
Mr. Hilligard.
Sorry, Claire, what did you say?
Hilligard.
Yeah. Hilligard?
Minister South.
No.
What? I thought you said Norton. No. Mr. Norton in the south.
I'll check the name.
You check it out, but it's
Yeah.
just the issues that Seamus just after raising. If there's any other issues,
I think Minister Grove.
Mr. Grove as well. Okay. Okay then.
And that would be on the issues of the working of the Trusted Trader Scheme, the possibility of a transit system, would be on the issues of groupage.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it would be on the issues of the integration of the current BRC IT system.
Yeah.
Okay. BRC system and trusted trader
scheme.
Trusted trader scheme, because there's a trader support service. I'm just making sure I get the initials right. That's grand. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to move on here now to the next item on the agenda, and we're going to have an oral briefing from the NI Business Brexit Working Group on the operational and practical issues from arising from the EU exit. I want to welcome by Starleaf Aidan Connolly of the NI Business Brexit Working Group, Victor Chestnut, the President of the Ulster Farmers Union, and Wesley Aston of the Ulster Farmers Union as well. So again, I'd like to thank you for making yourselves available to talk to us at such short notice. Again, I noted yourself, Victor and Aidan, were addressing the Westminster Committee yesterday. So again, like Seamus before, you have a very busy time, very busy schedule. But I'd like to maybe to ask you to take about 10 minutes or so to outline the main issues that you want to bring to our attention arising from the EU exit, and no doubt members here will have questions they'll want to ask of you after that there. So happy New Year to you, and thanks very much. You want to kick off there?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us this morning to talk about what is critical issues for not only business but for consumers in Northern Ireland. One of the things that I learned a long time ago is never go after Seamus Leahy, because he always takes up all of the thunder before I get to do it. So I'll try and skip through as quickly as possible some of the issues not only affecting my own industry but affecting the other industries that are on the Northern Ireland Business Brexit Working Group, and then I'll hand over to our colleagues from the UFU. For retail, there have been a few hiccups with pre-notifications on traces. We're talking about a brand new way of working here with sales, attestations, that sort of thing. And one of the big problems is that we really didn't get all of the information about how this would work until very late. Even if you're talking about parcels and moving parcels to Northern Ireland, we had people being trained up on the 31st, because that's when we got the information. And then they had to put it into practice on the 1st. So there's obviously going to be teething problems. There was going to be teething problems if we had 3 or 4 months of notice. So there's obviously going to be teething problems at the start of this. So some suppliers have ducked out or opted out of Northern Ireland for the moment. Now, we have been working very hard to try and get them back online, to try and explain to them what is necessary, what the necessary paperwork is, and how that can work. But this is really the sort of opening skirmishes in what's going to be a sort of rather truncated embedding period, if we want to call it that, where everybody gets used to these new systems. What we really need is for the EU and the UK to sit down around the table in early January, because we are facing that next cliff edge in the 1st of April as far as EHCs are concerned. Seamus earlier on mentioned the retail movement scheme, which would be really, really useful. That would be that sort of trusted trader, which would encompass both customs, which isn't as important now because we have a 0-0 trade agreement with the EU, but also that sort of SPS area, which is hugely important for us here in Northern Ireland. As far as manufacturing is concerned, they've had a steady flow of concerned people with business-specific questions. Then again, they had said that they weren't going to be ready, and quite simply, it was the time frame that they were getting the information, and that's sort of a theme that runs through quite a bit of across industry. But the FSB has said that there are some small businesses who are policy aware, but when you get into those micro businesses, some of them are not prepared, and they're trying to get around it either by buying local or trying to find different ways to work. One of the things that we are seeing is that a lot of GB suppliers, should that be in food or right across the board, haven't engaged as much with the new processes, weren't as aware, and that is causing problems now. That's quick to iron out if they engage with the Trader Support Service and if they bring themselves up to scratch as far as what is needed. On the food and drink side, NIFTA said that supply chains are holding up. But they're again worried that the grace periods are simply kicking the can down the road, and we need this workable, simplified, sustainable solution that the Northern Ireland Business Working Group has continued to ask for. On VAT, even those with resource are finding the new VAT regulations confusing. And like I said, this is a bit of a theme here that it's doable, and all this is eminently doable. It's the time frame of when we had the information and how long it takes to embed. There's questions about the VAT and the margin schemes for car dealers that need sorted immediately. CBI have also brought up, as far as legal contracts, there's commercial contract issues as to who pays for the additional costs of delays and checks, etc. One of the big things that we have been sort of working on as a collective is how we then, in the future, and starting from January, are able to talk to the joint committee. So there's the joint consultative working group. We need to be able to make formal representations to that. The specialised working group, we need to make formal representations to that. But also, how does this work with the new trade and cooperation agreement? There will be a partnership council with subcommittees, and how will those interact with the arrangements around the protocol? We need to be in there telling them what the concerns are and bringing forward solutions around simplification to make this as light as possible. So that's where we are really at the moment. There are some problems. We always knew there were going to be problems. We've been saying since October that there was no way that business was going to be ready. I think there have been great strides made in this past couple of weeks. Anyone who I know who's been working on any industry that moves things, GBDNI, NI to GB, or any sort of freight work, had very little of a Christmas holiday, quite simply because we were trying our best to make this work. Now, there has been hiccups. There will be other things that come up, such as the end of that grace period for SPS on the restricted list, and that'll be the 1st of July. There's money needed for that movement assistance scheme to pay for the export health certificates from the 1st of April. And there's a lot of asks. I suppose we are being more and more like Oliver Twist. Every time the UK government, the EU gives us something, we go back and ask for more. And that's what we'll continue to do, quite simply, because we need a workable, sustainable, simplified way of working to ensure that we can continue to give choice and affordability to Northern Ireland consumers and allow Northern Ireland business to be competitive.
Thank you, Aidan. We'll move on. We'll take all the questions after the 3 years or make the representation. Victor or Wesley, do you want to come in there now?
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Victor.
MLAs, and a happy new year to you all. Yeah, I'll come in here. Thanks again for the opportunity to come and speak to you. I would say, on a farm gate level, it hasn't been all bad news. January the 1st has come and gone, and from a farmer point of view at the farm gate level, so far we haven't seen any change. Having said that, it's early days. There's been no livestock brought in since the 1st of January, and we are facing major snags as we go forward, especially from GB to NI trade. There has been no grace period for live animals or plant, farm things. So that means that we have farmers in Northern Ireland with sheep purchased in the UK mainland that are now stuck there. We have seed potatoes that normally come in from Scotland that are stuck there. Now, there's some positives and some negatives in this. Certainly, we would like to see a grace period so that farmers who purchase those sheep could get them in this year. There may be an opportunity in that our potato guys see an opportunity maybe to grow more of their seed in Northern Ireland. There was agreement made on ware potatoes. The one thing that our potato growers are concerned about is that the phytosanitary controls and checks would be adequate, that they wouldn't bring in diseases such as brown rot and ring rot, because that would inhibit the potato industry in Northern Ireland to produce seed going forward. So they want to see effective checks done at the ports on those stuff coming in. There's another industry in Northern Ireland that might be small in the whole scale of Northern Ireland industry. It's the pedigree sheep or pedigree livestock industry, both sheep, cattle, dairy cattle and beef cattle. Northern Ireland, because of the size of our farm and system and our farm family structure, probably we've had more time to pay more attention to detail, so we've punched well above our weight as a region on that. As the rules stand at the minute, while we can get our produce to UK, or our animals to UK, we can't return them if there's any hiccup for 6 months. That looks as if that trade will be severely restricted, to the extent that it will really change that trade that Northern Ireland has built up and has a reputation both within the UK and in Europe and indeed worldwide, where the genetics in Northern Ireland have been right up at the top of our game, and we face these rules just absolutely wiping that out. Our produce, I'll be a lot more content, to be honest, at the end of January, when we see that our produce that's going south for processing can go out in EU third country trade deals, and that these other countries don't kick up. Northern Ireland sole produce can't avail of EU trade deals. We have to go out in UK trade deals. But we're still hopeful that mixed origin milk, for instance, milk that goes down to the south then to be processed into powder or something, that we think it probably will be able to get out on trade deals from the island of Ireland. But again, I'll be a lot more content, as I've said, as we move into the new year, when we see that happens. One of the things on animal feed and the way in, a lot of the problems are mostly sorted, except for the rebate system. There's a rebate system for tariffs. For instance, last year there was a lot of wheat and maize came from Ukraine. it came into Northern Ireland on an EU trade deal. Because we're in the UK Customs Union, it will have to come in a UK trade deal. When that comes in from the UK mainland to Northern Ireland, that would be considered then an at-risk good, and as such will incur a tariff. That tariff is at the rate of £85 a tonne. There is supposed to be a rebate system for that. That rebate system is not set up. So a business importing thousands of these tonnes, you can see how it would step up. On the amounts that was brought in last year from Ukraine, that would have a bill on our Northern Ireland feed companies of £2.5 million. So you can see how it's very important that they know what way that rebate system is going to work. There's also an issue with our produce that's going to the UK mainland. Our produce that goes to the UK mainland, that's fair enough if everything's hunky-dory and they say a load of beef, say that's accepted. But if there's any hiccup, as from time to time happens, and a load is rejected, the normal procedure was that to come back to Northern Ireland and then the problem to be sorted or repackaged or whatever needed to be done. For that to happen, there has to be a EHC document done by a vet in the UK. That vet in the UK can't do that without what they call a SHA, which is a Support Health Attestation document. Now, the Movement Assistance Scheme will pay the vet in England to do the health certificate there, but this SHA, which has to be created and would need to be sent out with every consignment in case of rejection, that does not be paid for by the government's movement assistance. So that would put a huge burden on businesses here in Northern Ireland sending our produce out to the UK. Basically, it needs that just in case it has to come back for any reason. Some of the bigger companies that have bone and halls or something in the UK won't be as big an issue for because they can redirect it there. But for some food processor in Northern Ireland that has no UK premises, it is a very real risk. So that's just some of the issues that we have there. But as we did say, and as Aidan said, that there is some redirection of importers, and we would welcome that and see that as a positive. And that, for instance, Henderson's now are supplying Sainsbury's, and we can't understand why there's 2 litres of milk, cartons of milk coming in from the UK mainland anyway. So some of that things can work out in our favour. I'll reach over to Wesley.
Thank you, President. Thanks to the committee for having us along. I think really at this stage, only 2 points I would like to add over and above what the President's already said, and Seamus and Aidan before me, is the whole issue about actually, from a farming point of view, we haven't really seen any immediate impacts, but we know there's a lot of issues starting to emerge. And even as we speak, there's more and more issues, and the President's already outlined some of those. I think it's essential, as Aidan says, that this joint committee, the working groups, the specialised committees, and all sorts of things actually engage with us as quickly as they possibly can, so we can address all of these issues going forward. I think as well, the whole issues about trusted traders and transit and all those things that have been outlined previously are critical. But say in the agri-food industry, particularly from a primary producer point of view, you haven't seen anything immediate, but we know there's a lot of stuff that has to be addressed, and the President's outlined those. There's one other thing I'll just add at this stage, which is most of the issues at this stage are GB to NI. From an NI to GB perspective, we've been told about unfettered access, and for the first 6 months, it's effectively anything circulating in Northern Ireland can move into GB. We're still waiting on the anti-avoidance measures coming in to see what that actually entails to protect the integrity of our agri-food supply chain. But beyond that, we need to move to some sort of tightening of those sort of qualifying businesses, qualifying goods definitions, to maintain that integrity, and we need engagement in that before the 1st of July when this all changes again. So it's a separate issue from the immediate one, but nonetheless an important one that we need to be working on. That's really all I have to say at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wesley. Thank you very much, Wesley, and Victor, for your presentations as well. I just want a couple of questions before we move around the room. Aidan, you had mentioned there that there are some suppliers that have opted out of the north because of the issues that they're facing in terms of supplying to here. Could you put a figure on the number of suppliers, and is there any estimation at this stage here as what the economic impact might be for here?
No, I think the number was very small. What I was talking about there was those who weren't aware of the partial rules. You got to remember that the partial rules only came in on the morning, sort of early afternoon of the 31st of December. And for you to be able to send on the 1st of January onwards, that needs to be arranged 3 or 4 days beforehand. Now, the majority of people of those firms have come back online. Some others haven't yet. So what we're doing at the moment is trying to do a bit of an education piece, as well as trying to find out who exactly is affected. But that education piece of how you actually are able to send parcels to Northern Ireland. Now there's a bit of can kicking going on because the derogation that is in place from HMRC lasts until the 1st of April, and we still don't know what those parcel sending rules will be post 1st of April. So again, it's one of those things where as soon as we get over one hurdle, our group is going back and saying, right, we need the information on this, we need this simplified, and it's that sort of pragmatic approach of looking at what the next thing to deal with is, and that's how we're doing it.
During the course of the evidence we gathered today, and from also listening yesterday and other times, the Trader Support Service seems to keep cropping up a lot of the time, and there's £355 million of public money invested in the Trader Support Service. Do you think it's value for money as to what service is currently there to get businesses on board, to get them prepared for these changes?
Well, I think Seamus covered it pretty well in his remarks. At the moment, we're still trying to talk to some of our members. We have several conversations coming up to see how it's working out for them. I think that 300 and whatever million it is a huge amount of money. However, it's a huge task that they have before them. I think that one of the problems with this is that there were unrealistic expectations from a lot of people about what they was actually going to do. And there is no such thing as the good customs fairy who waves a magic wand and suddenly you don't have to do MRSIN codes or custom codes or transit or safety and security certificates. What we're talking about here is a fundamental way of a fundamental change in the way that we do business with Great Britain. And that was always going to take a bit of time to embed. There was always going to be teething problems. My concern now is to find those problems and try and get solutions to them. Now, some of those solutions will be as simple as some of the GB suppliers understanding what exactly they have to do to send goods to Northern Ireland. Other ones will need flexibility from the UK government and from the EU. And to that end, that's why we will continue to engage with both Cabinet Office, the NIO, the EU. But we need that formalised contact with the Joint Committee Working Group. The Northern Ireland Protocol was set up as a living document, and the Joint Committee is there and will be meeting on a regular basis to make deliberations on how we are able to trade with GB and how we're able to trade with the EU and everything in between. For me, that is where we need to be putting our efforts. So we deal pragmatically with what's on the table at the moment, and then we go back with solutions that makes things easier.
Thanks for that, Aidan. And I suppose when I was reflecting back on my notes from the previous time you were in front of the committee here in the autumn, you made the point at that stage, which was the clock was ticking down, there were 60 out of 67 questions that you had posed of the government that hadn't been answered. So, all from my perspective, from what I can see, that there has been woeful preparation for this year, certainly from the British government side, and indeed for the trader support through the trader support service as well. In terms of Victor or Wesley, there, the fact that the MAS doesn't cover the support health attestation documents, do you have any assessment about what additional costs this would incur upon farmers here who would be importing from across the water?
Yeah, I'll maybe come in there to start. This is more to do with our produce, Declan. It's more to do with our food companies. And if they're sending any product out to the UK mainland with any risk of a return, they need to send a SHA document, a support health attestation document out with the product, because for the vet on the other side to fill in that certificate for it to be re-imported, he can't do that without that document. So it's something that would need to be sent out with every consignment, even though it will only be needed a very small number of the times. That is a veterinary sign-off document. Those cost £150 each. So that's the level of cost you're in.
Sorry, if I could just maybe come on the back of that. I mean, basically at this stage, we only heard about the Agri-Food Movement Assistance Scheme just before Christmas. We had our first meeting with the officials involved, I think it was a couple of days ago. We sort of lose tracks of time, unfortunately, a couple of days ago, and they outlined really at that stage that this is a thing that's up and running. It will run for at least 3 months with a review in that 3 month period, but the intention is it'll run for 2 years like the Trader Support Service. Hopefully the funding will be there for that period of time as well, but all the detail around what they call the metrics have to be resolved in terms of what scale are they talking about, what are the issues, and for example the SHAs, we mentioned those to the other day as well. We also mentioned about transit via Dublin, because currently it's not included. So it's a living issue as well as the whole protocol. So we are working towards trying to get solutions, but at the same time it's the uncertainty around all this and the fact that the time frame was very, very tight indeed.
Thank you, Wesley. Harry?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Aidan, Victor and Wesley. Just one wee question or comment from Aidan. I have been getting a lot of inquiries about the VAT on the used cars purchased in England. I know it's January and it's dealers' busiest time usually, so I know you'll not be able to give me all the answers, but just tell me what you do know about this, your progress on it, or where you are, what information you have on it, Aidan, please. Thank you.
So there is... hello, by the way. So there has been some movement. It was something that we brought up, I think it's nearly 3 months ago, and within the Northern Ireland Business Brexit Working Group, the two bodies within that who have been working on this particularly are the CBI, Stuart Anderson from the CBI, and Frankie Devlin from KPMG. Now, there isn't a solution as yet, and it is a rather large problem, because if a car is £6,000, then there is the VAT margin on it of the full VAT would be the 20% on that, which again not only harms the pocket of the consumer in Northern Ireland, but also the competitiveness of Northern Ireland car dealerships. So there is no clarity at the moment as to how that is going to work. It is something that is under active consideration, and I do know that HMRC are looking at it, but other than that, I'm not across the rest of the detail, unfortunately.
Okay, no, appreciate it. Thank you very much, Aidan. Thank you.
Right.
Thanks, Chair.
All right, William?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and first of all, thank you for your presentation. Aidan, in relation to the haulage companies, and they're in a difficult position in this whole scenario. We have free access to the UK market, so lorries bring out their loads of goods and then try to get a return load, which is important to make it viable for them. But I mean, I was contacted yesterday by a haulage firm, and they employed a customs clearance consortium to do their paperwork, and I think their system crashed yesterday morning, and later yesterday afternoon I was informed that that particular company's, if they haven't done it, thinking of ceasing doing this. Where does that leave the haulage companies in that situation?
Well, there is that. There's several different companies out there that are doing customs facilitations for this. Unfortunately, because of the amount of companies out there that do need customs facilitations, there simply isn't enough, and that's why the Trader Support Service is so important. While it may not be perfect, it does help with the current glut of customs arrangements that need to be. The hoops that need to be jumped through. I think one of the things, again, what we have said this past 3 months, 6 months, maybe longer, in every meeting and every press release and every evidence session is that business would not be ready, and quite simply because we didn't have that technical detail that we needed. If that has now manifested itself in the fact that there are these teething problems with, especially around customs. There's customs codes that need to be inputted. You also need your safety and security code. You need to then generate a goods movement reference for your lorry. Now, when we are used to this new system, it will be a lot easier. I think, because, and we have said it for this past 3 to 6 months, that it was going to be impossible for all business to be ready. I think we're actually doing okay at the moment. It's just going to need a bit more time to embed. I realise that that's frustrating for people who are caught up on it. It's frustrating for business, and it's definitely frustrating for us within the Business Brexit Working Group. But we're being pragmatic, and we're trying to work with what we have.
Okay. Victor and Wesley there, whichever one wants to answer. In relation to feeds and fertilisers coming into Northern Ireland, do you envisage any issues in relation to that? Because I had a farmer on yesterday morning. He normally orders his seeds from Sutton's in England somewhere, but he rang in to give his order, or emailed in his order, and they said they weren't supplying Northern Ireland anymore. So that is certainly an issue for someone wanting to acquire seeds. I'm talking about cabbage, cauliflower, a lot of different seeds in relation to carrots, parsnips, all of that. He went to order and said they're not supplying Northern Ireland. Are you aware of that situation?
Yeah, I'll take that first, then maybe reach it over to Wesley. Just on your former question to Aidan on all these hiccups and all these documents that need done, there's a cost to them all. And I've no need to explain to you, William, there's only two places that cost can be passed on to. It can be passed up to the top of the food chain, which is the consumer, or passed down to the bottom, which is the producer. And neither of those two have a lot of room to absorb those costs. And that is a worry of ours in the agriculture industry, that these costs will ultimately be passed down to the supplier at the bottom, which is the farmer. And that is certainly a worry. On the seeds one, yeah, seeds that carry soil is going to so basically plants is going to have a big issue. That is in a similar position as the seed potatoes. On the barley seeds, grass seeds, and things like that, again, we think that they can come in, and I'll get Wesley to come in on that one. But yeah, because of these extra documents, some of the companies that are maybe see Northern Ireland as a very small part of their market are just deciding not to deal with us, and that is an issue. I'll just bring Wesley in on the seeds one there.
Yeah, I think that the President has made the point there at the end, which is that we have difficulty understanding what we're supposed to do here in Northern Ireland. But you imagine if you're a GB company with a limited market in Northern Ireland, I mean, certainly the education and communication piece with those folks, that doesn't necessarily seem to have happened to the same extent as it has here. And say we're still not necessarily fully up to speed with things. But equally, there's the commercial realities that they may actually say was not worth the hassle. And that's a genuine concern that we have. So, I mean, it's an issue that we are looking at going forward, but it's one of the things that we need to address in relation to, the definition of at-risk products, and if they remain in Northern Ireland and don't travel beyond that, can we maybe sort of reduce the administration and bureaucracy requirements around that? So all that's very much in the melting pot, William, as we speak.
We import a large quantity of feedstuffs for animal feed and fertilisers. Can you envisage any issues there?
Yeah, on the animal feeds one, William, The problem was, as I highlighted, this rebate system is not in place yet. So basically, if we were bringing wheat or barley in from UK mainland, that would have a tariff put on it to be paid until it was proved that it was used in Northern Ireland. And these companies don't know when they'll get that rebate system, what way it works, whether it's done retrospectively, in which they wouldn't have to lie out money, or whether they'd have to pay it and then claim it back later. So that is having an effect in Northern Ireland. We are in a situation, for instance, for say the stuff that came from Ukraine last year. If that was coming this year, if it was coming into the south of Ireland ROI, it can come in a European quota, no extra charge. If it come into the UK, it comes in a UK quota, no extra charge. But because we have this problem with that risk, there's going to be an extra charge to us. There's going to be a tariff to pay and then claim back. And then I think it was a £5 a tonne I was quoted, it was going to be dearer to us in UK regardless, or in Northern Ireland, rather than. So we're at a disadvantage, both from the ROI and the UK mainland, on animal feeds that have to be imported.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. On the fertilizer one, we're not terribly sure yet. The other one on chemicals is what we're considered, again, a bit like the seeds. Northern Ireland is a very small market. We think we have to go on EU labels, but if we need a specific label for Northern Ireland, it may well be that these companies see Northern Ireland as too small a market to develop a specific label for Northern Ireland. So they may well leave the field, and that would be a concern of us going forward in labelling. So it looks as if we will have to go on EU labels, but we're not quite sure yet whether there needs to be a specific label for Northern Ireland or not, and that could cause big problems.
Thank you. John Blair.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank at the start Aidan, Victor and Wesley for being here with us, and also, as I did with Seamus previously, for the amount of work they have had to handle to keep us informed for the past 4.5 years. And looking forward, there's going to be more, I would suggest. We really are. We know the volume of work, and we're grateful for that. So there are two things. And the first one is quite a general one, and probably more for the Ulster Farmers Union. Are we satisfied at this stage that any work around the UK-EU trade deal, which is done by UK government, reflects properly that proportionally we depend here more heavily on our agriculture and agri-food sector? And therefore, I suppose to refine the question, our UK government taking account of the fact that that is such a proportion of our economy here, and do they dedicate the resource to that accordingly? The second question is relating to the import of potatoes, and I know you touched on that there a moment ago. I have distributors of seed potatoes and chipping potatoes in my own constituency who are very concerned currently about their future. Is there any sign of progress on discussions around that currently?
I'll maybe take the last question first there on the potatoes, and then reach it over to Wesley for the first part of the question there on the importance of Northern Ireland agri-food industry and to the Northern Ireland's economy. On the seed potato one, there's no movement at all. At the last minute, there was a derogation on ware potatoes, and the ware potato one was said that our processors would say that they need to buy the ware from UK mainland because basically of the dry matter content in the potato with the weather pattern. Some of our potato producers would take a different view on that and say that it was all to do with the scale and the price, but I'm not sure where the truth lies, probably somewhere in the middle. But on the seed potato one, Northern Ireland was very dependent on seed from Scotland. A lot of those have been brought in earlier this year with the recognition that this could be a problem after the 1st of January. So we think we are fairly well sorted for 2021 growing season, but there has been no movement at all on seed potatoes. some of our potato acreage has been contracted in Northern Ireland, and some of our our potato growers see this as an opportunity where Northern Ireland has a high health status as an island off an island, and maybe can produce some of these seed potatoes both for ourselves and indeed for Europe. Scotland producers, I know, are very concerned not only about Northern Ireland, for it's a small region, but they produced a lot of seed for ROI and also other European countries. So they are really putting pressure on that. But as it stands at the minute, there's no movement on the seed potato one.
Thank you.
I'll reach over to Wesley on the first part of the question.
In response to your question, John, about was the Northern Ireland Agri-Food Industry recognised in the UK Trade and Cooperation Agreement with the EU? No was the answer. I suppose, like every other industry across the whole of the UK, we were looking free and frictionless trade to be maintained between the UK and the EU as best we could. We managed, I suppose, to at least get this thin deal with zero quotas, zero tariffs. But at the same time, we have all the additional regulatory divergence potential, particularly with GB and the links with the protocol and our alignment with the EU regulations going forward. So it's extremely complicated, and I think that's showing up now at this particular point in time. But no, we weren't specifically recognised as being critical in terms of this overall agreement. It was very much a political deal.
Okay, thanks, Wesley. So there's still a job of work to be done, perhaps, for this committee and for the department to continue to remind our counterparts in DEFRA and UK government that proportionally we depend much more heavily on our agriculture and agri-food sector for jobs and for our economy.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your various presentations. I want to take a look at pedigree livestock in relation to my question. It's going to sheep, as Victor, you will know, I get the odd phone call about them. It's in relation to, purchases of sheep from. Do sheep have to be all now when they're coming into Northern Ireland all declared to be from scrapie registered flocks?
Yes,
no, non-scrapie registered flocks. Yep.
As of the 1st of January, because the UK moved and it's now we're bringing sheep in from a third country to a European region. They all have to be from scrapie monitored flocks.
Oh, yeah.
And there's very few of these in GB mainland.
Yeah. On GB mainland, you have sort of two types of pedigree sales for sheep. You have the ordinary pedigree sales, and then you have the pedigree export sales for perhaps Northern Ireland sheep breeders bringing sheep over to Northern Ireland. Would it be an advantage to just purchase from pedigree export sales?
In the past, there hasn't been that need. So you had sales just breed society sales, and it was always able to bring them in to Northern Ireland. Going forward, listen, this whole trade, I can't stress strongly enough, this whole trade is in danger of stopping completely. Yes, in theory, we can take them out, but we can't operate in that marketplace. And the sheep, and for instance, in the ram sales, as you know, Rosemary, ram sales take place in August and September, and about 2 to 3 weeks after you bring the ram home is needed for work because of the seasonal breeding of sheep where they get tipped in the autumn and lamb in the spring. 60 days that ram has to stay before it can come over. And also, if you take a Northern Ireland sheep over there and we're trying to bring it back, either because it didn't get sold or was bought by another Northern Ireland breeder, it has to stay 6 months. And the same with pedigree livestock. So this trade, the whole pedigree trade, both in cattle and sheep, and indeed probably some other sectors as well, is in danger of completely folding. And Northern Ireland has punched well above its weight. There's plenty of farm families in Northern Ireland that are making a very good income out of being at the top of their tree in different pedigree breeds of either beef cattle, dairy cattle, or sheep. So,
if I may, Rosemary, just come in on the back of that and just say that this is just purely an example of the issues that we are starting to find now going forward. In that this is where we need the joint consultative working group actually talk to us about, what the issues are. And I mean, the EU and the UK have both given that they will, through their best endeavours, try and ensure that they actually minimise any additional bureaucracy or controls between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. So we're very keen to try and pursue that.
Yeah. Well then, in relation to sheepdogs and sheepdog trials, bringing of sheepdogs over to England for sheepdog trials, etc. There's quite a lot of that goes on within Northern Ireland too, and bringing them back, that's going to be the same problem then?
Yes, that problem goes right over onto pets, where they have to have documents of their animal health status and their treatments all documented, and there'll have to be a veterinary paper with every pet that goes and comes from UK mainland.
Yeah, okay, that's great, thank you.
Okay. Claire, you were on the system. I see you're off, Claire.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Claire.
Just want to come back to Victor's talking about the rebate system not being set up yet. Victor, do you know why? Is that meant to be set up, or was that something that was sort of agreed on the 31st of December?
It was meant to be set up, and we're still waiting to see sight of it. They did the zero tariff, zero quota did away for the majority of the need for it, but there still is goods that are considered at risk that will incur that tariff that will have to be claimed back in a rebate system. And meal companies, for instance, have to order that animal feed 2 to 3 months in advance. Now, how could you order feed 2 to 3 months in advance, knowing that there was an £85 a tonne tariff to be paid, which just works into millions immediately, not knowing whether this is a retrospective payment or whether you have to pay it up front and whether you'll get it back in 1 month, 6 months, or at the end of the year. Totally irresponsible and ridiculous situation, which does mean that animal feed companies are looking for elsewhere in the world to go to price or to go to import grains, which means it takes away the flexibility of them to go for the cheapest option possible. Now, the UK harvest was smaller last year in the UK because of the drought earlier in the year. And last year, the figure I was given, if we were taking in the same stuff from Ukraine this year as we did last year, there would be 2.5 million of tariffs to be paid. And, I can't urge enough, we need to get sight of this rebate system. There is a way it could work. You could be retrospectively charged for the rebate system, and at that stage, you could have the information that it stayed in Northern Ireland, so there might not have to be money to change hand at all. It could be a paper exercise, if there was enough flexibility in the system. But we do need that set up, and why we haven't seen sight of it, I don't know. I don't think they've just got round to getting it done yet.
And nobody's had sight of it. That doesn't, nobody in GB has seen this either. Is this a HMRC scheme? No. Is this a UK government one? Any particular department?
I'll bring Wesley in there. Wesley, who would be responsible for setting that rebate system up? Would it be an UK government scheme? It would be.
It's a UK government scheme, so HMRC would have to look at this, and there's the joint consultative committee that they actually have. But there's a meeting actually going on now as well, just to try and highlight all these issues. So, it's through the UK government.
Thank you. And so it leads me into, I know from what Aidan's telling us as well, and from what we've seen in the news, that perishable goods in particular are not moving, and we're losing a lot of that, if they're being stopped and they're not making it through. Who is liable, if anybody, for compensation of that? If businesses are being stopped from moving from GB to NI, from NI to the south, wherever, and if they're stopped at any border, any checks, and their goods then are lost, if it's milk and it goes off or whatever, will a business be compensated?
It all depends on the individual contracts that are there, and now some of the contracts will have penalty clauses in them, others will not. And I think that's one of the things that the CBI highlighted, that there is a lot of questioning going on about these added costs were not built into a lot of the contracts. So there's a lot of questioning going on at the moment about who is liable for this. Some contracts will have it in it, some others won't. But it's on an individual basis. There's no there's no government compensation scheme. There's no one size fits all in this. It really does depend on what the contract stipulates.
Wow. And just on the issue, obviously, then perishable goods have been well highlighted. Do you know of any other either sector or specific lines of products that are being impacted as much as, is there anything else?
So there's a lot of talk at the minute about things being in shortage, and they're not actually. There's a slight bit less choice, but there is plenty of food, and I think there's a couple of things going on, and there's a lot of people going, oh, this is Brexit protocol. It's all we're going to starve. It's not that way at all. So there are some of the GB and UK businesses who are still getting to grips with the new system and the new paperwork, and that will take them a couple of days to get online. But the other thing you got to remember is we're still feeling the effects of those 7 days when there weren't movements GB to EU and then EU to GB goods coming back. So all we can say is bear with us. People need to shop as normal. There will be plenty of stuff there. You mightn't have exactly the same amount of choice that you had, but we're working on it. And the thing is, with the in the same way as I said in March, whenever things kicked in from the pandemic, retailers are doing all the hard work in this so that consumers don't have to. And if they just continue to buy as normal, everything will work out in this next wee while.
Okay, and it's just reassuring to hear. I think it was Victor, that raised, the likes of some big brand businesses are having to go to some of our local producers and buy the things there, which is, speaking from a green perspective, it's really good.
Well, the thing is, there's people saying, oh, well, this shows it's all not working. Actually, a lot of hard work went into that to make that happen, and that wasn't an overnight decision. There had been talks on that going over for months, and to me that actually shows that the system is working, that there was a problem that was identified, and very, very quickly we were able to get stuff on shelves. And that's one thing that retailers are really adept at doing, and that's very quickly moving supply chains to where they can source the stuff from. So I'm actually, there was a group of people asked me, oh, isn't it terrible? Isn't it terrible? I'm actually going, well, it's a good thing. It shows that the system's working. It shows that they've put in a lot of hard work to get those contracts through in case this happened. It's happened, and now they're there. So to me, it shows a bit of prudence by the retailers.
Yeah, despite the political chaos, the sector's sorting itself out in spite of and not with. But the last wee thing I wanted to ask then was, I think it was yourself, Aidan, that raised, that until the deal was signed off, the technical detail for business just wasn't there. So, being prepared was, a never-ending story, I suppose, because you didn't know what you were going to be prepared for. And now that we've got the deal and we're starting to see the technical detail and what they need to be prepared for, do you feel at the minute, are there any gaps in there showing up just yet? And I know that Victor, particularly, he raised the issue of labelling, for example, and how we get ready for that one. I know that you guys have raised these types of issues with us before, but, are they showing at the minute any unexpected?
There's it's a little bit like whack-a-mole at the moment. Things are popping up, and the good thing is that Cabinet Office are in constant contact with us and trying to work to solve these things. We have a meeting with Michael Gove this afternoon, looking at several things. And we're having some good talks with Dara as well, with the minister. And yeah, all these things, like, as I said, in every meeting and every press release that was put out, we said that business wasn't going to be ready, and it's quite simply because we didn't have that technical detail. We're talking about changes that would usually take between a year and 18 months to embed, and we're doing it in a few short weeks. Now, in saying that, supply chains remain robust, and we are able to move things, but there is an awful lot of ironing out to do. Wrinkles within the system, and I think one of the most important things for us, and I'll go back to that sort of Oliver Twist thing, every time we're given something by UKG or the EU, we'll go, right, what else are we getting? We want more, because what we're talking about now is we've got something to get us over the hump and to get us over that sort of start. But what we need is a sustainable, workable, and very much simplified system, like that retail movement system that would, remove any of the sort of friction on SPS and whatever. But that's all gonna have to come down the line. What we need to get first is the EU and the UK government to sit down with us in January to look at the changes that are coming in April, and how do we make simplifications, derogations, and mitigations for that. I'm going to be working on Brexit until I retire, probably, and that's the way that we're sort of looking at this. We need to keep pushing until we get something that works, not only for businesses but for households in Northern Ireland.
Okay, can we
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have Morris. Morris?
Yeah, can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Morris. Yeah.
Apologies for a very poor internet connection here, but that's the situation the office is in. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for taking the time to attend today's committee meeting, and I'm glad that it's not all doom and gloom, which is refreshing. But there's a question I would like to ask either Victor or Wesley, and it's something that was raised at the start about locally produced products. Do you think there will be a renewed market in Northern Ireland for produce compared to similar produce which is currently brought in from the mainland? You mentioned milk, but I'm thinking of other things as well. When I go, not that I do a big lot of supermarket shopping for one person, but what I do, I tend to shop local and buy local produce. Do you see an emerging market for local produce?
Yeah, well, I'll maybe take that. One thing, maybe not to do with Brexit, one thing COVID has taught us is the value of shopping local and of local produce. And that's one thing we in a farming community can guarantee our people in Northern Ireland. They won't go hungry. They might not get the variety, or they might have to get it in season. But, to me, the world has went totally mad. You're bringing Northern Ireland supply, for instance, if we take chicken, we know we have Moy Park, one of the standing companies in Northern Ireland, supplying chicken, and yet we were bringing chicken in from Taiwan and China. I totally agree with Claire there. Where is where's the green credentials in that? Completely crazy. So I think a renewed interest in food is one of the things that probably COVID has taught us. I know if you look at the TV, all these cooking programs or chef programs or dining programs on TV has had a resurgence. People are maybe finding that rather than stuff the food into them and run on to the next job, that they can actually get pleasure out of making good food, wholesome food, and consuming it. So I totally agree with you. I think if there's any good comes out of Brexit, that might be one of the good things that shows that if the stuff's local here, source it local first if you can. But we do provide in Northern Ireland, I've said it before and I've said it in this committee before, we have 24,000 odd farmers, many of them very small and part-time, and yet we produce enough food to feed 10 or 11 million people in the UK. So, we're very proud of what we do, and we are very conscious and glad of our local consumers' support, like yourself, as you're saying, buying local. And I think if we could get that message through to our supermarkets and our supermarket bosses to say that buy the stuff local where available, it's more resilient, it stands the test of any pandemic or any crisis, it'll still be there. So I think that's one of the positives and opportunities that can maybe come out of the situation we find ourselves in.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to push back on that a wee bit, Victor. The fact is that the retailers buy about 2.7 billion of Northern Ireland agri-food. We buy it where we can, and in fact, we buy a greater proportion than anywhere else in the UK. I think we can't lose sight that while, yes, it is great to buy local, we're already doing that, and we've already grown that market substantially over this past 10 or 15 years. It's not as if, I don't want to give the impression that supermarkets were not buying Northern Ireland produce. In fact, one of the things that is so impressive about the canny Northern Ireland shopper is that they do like to see local produce, and that's one of the reasons why we have continued to buy Northern Ireland produce in the billions. We buy about 2.7 billion, and we only use about 700 million, close to a billion here, and the rest of that goes to GB, and that proves the point that you were saying about us being 1.9 million people, but actually feeding 10.4 million people. So just to say that we are buying local.
Yeah, just to come in on that, Aidan. Yeah, I must compliment our supermarkets for supporting British and home produce. One of the bones of contention we have is that our service industry had not the same loyalty to local people. They seem to think once they cook it and put it on a plate, it's okay to buy it wherever it's cheapest in the world. And we would like to see our service industry giving us the same support as our retail industry does. I think that actually shows us that in an unfortunate case where we find a lockdown, our prices actually rise because people are buying their produce and cooking it themselves, and they are more loyal doing it that way than they are when they go out to order a plate of food. So, totally agree with you and thank the retail for their support.
Okay, Patsy Malone here looking to ask a question. Patsy?
Indeed, Dan, and thank you to I should call them the triumvirate here. They for all their I guess Gahanage Makara and Shin Aidan Guramila Magad. Just as I was listening there, maybe Victor, I'll talk you through. You mentioned there in your course of your presentation that any animals or any hiccups with animals in GB, they can't return for 12 months. That's the first question. What would those hiccups be? Then, secondly, you mentioned about the problems with, say, you give the example of a load of beef and the need for the support health attestation document. Now, I have to say, I'm going to flip this one right back. Is that not a question for better quality control, as opposed to a further attestation and further needs for the red tape that was supposed to be got rid of? That's my question. Quality control at source in the production in the factory. The question that I'd be asking is, if that's happening so repeatedly, which I presume it's not, as to require further documentation, then I'm saying, well, what about at source then? Is there not some tightening up needs to be done at source to make sure it's not, because that's not good for any customer base? And then I'll go over to Aidan. You were talking about sourcing of deliveries and stuff, and your good colleague there, and another extremely well-informed source, John Campbell at the BBC, has been doing a wee bit of online analysis of various retail outlets and the items that are not available to them, including one of my colleagues there referred to mince not being available. Now, what can you give us further detail on that as to where the voids are, where the gaps are? Because you obviously want to avoid panic buying, because that's going to just further increase the problem.
Yeah,
as to the sourcing of problems. Now, the final one is just, and as Harry has referred to, the VAT margin scheme. Now, while the high profile stuff has been referred to, and that's the car dealers, second-hand car dealers to be specific, I do know that from speaking to accountants here and there that does apply to other maybe less high profile products, second-hand products that may be brought in from GB. So could you maybe just give us a wee bit more detail on that, please, each individually? And thank you again for your time.
Yeah, maybe I'll take them from the start, Patsy, again, and thanks for your questions and your interest in the agriculture industry. The problem with cattle returning, look, in the pedigree sector, as I've said, you can take a bull out to sell it. You have rigorous veterinary inspection procedures to go through to go into a sale. No matter how much you look at them at home, a vet could look at the thing slightly differently and you could get rejected on inspection. You may not meet your reserve price, so you may have to bring them home. You can hit bad weather, bad sale for different reasons, and you have to return that animal home. Or indeed, another Northern Ireland producer could go over there to buy it. And I know on the face of it that sounds silly, but when you look at the pyramid of breeding, the breed's top sales take place in the UK mainland. So that is where you have to really measure up the quality of your animals with everybody else's. I remember back a good number of years ago, we've been selling sheep over in Lanark and the main textile sale for years. I remember taking 5 rams to the sale in Scotland, the top sale. Those rams measured up well, and that, when people saw them with everybody else's, 4 of those came back to Northern Ireland. But if I had been selling them the week before in our sale in Northern Ireland, those breeders were set on going to the top sale in the UK to buy their sheep. So I wouldn't have had those customers at home until they saw them, how they measured up with everybody else's in Scotland, England, Wales. As we go forward, that can't happen. Because the UK has left the European Union, and because we're in a European zone, one of the things that a vet has to sign now is that the animal has been 6 months resident in the UK. Northern Ireland animals, as far as I'm aware, do not satisfy that qualification. So it's not a year, it's a 6 month residency. So they have to spend 6 months before they can come home. Now, we are hopeful, and I'm meeting our veterinary service tomorrow to see if there's any grey areas that we can explore around this, whereby we have a very good traceability system in Northern Ireland. And why could they not do their residency back in Northern Ireland? That would be one of the points I'll be putting forward. Whether that gains any traction or not, I've no way of knowing it. Your second point on the SHAs and on the load of beef, yes, we don't want to see stuff returned. But this has come up from really NEMEA, who said that they send out beef all the time. For instance, if a lorry gets held up at the port and misses its slot, it could be too long in transit. If temperature control wasn't just right, there's things that could happen to that full load of beef between the factory here and the receiving end on the other side. And if they're going to a high-end market, any one of these wee hiccups means rejected load. If that load's rejected, there's maybe very little wrong with it. It can be brought back to Northern Ireland, repackaged, sent to a different market, and it's okay. But they were saying that, there could be £100,000 worth of beef in that load. If you haven't that SHA with it, the vet can't sign for that to come home. So you have a load of distressed beef in the UK that you can't take back to Northern Ireland. So you're a very, very weak seller. Basically, anybody in the UK can give you the lowest price possible, and you've no option but to accept it. So it's something that I'm bringing forward that has been brought up mainly by our meat sector, that this could be an issue. They have a vet in the plant, they would rather send that SHA out with the load, and then they have the option. Now, it's not an option that we want to use. There's no way we want to be sending stuff crossing the ferry and back in the ferry for the sake of it. But, just in that exceptional circumstances, you're over a barrel if you haven't got that.
And there's no way that can be done online if required? No.
I think that the problem is it can't be done retrospectively. It has to be done when the product's there for that vet to sign it. And the point they were making was that the Movement Assistance Scheme pays for the EHC document on the mainland. For that vet to sign, he has to have the SHA. So it's a part of that document. So why is that not covered in the payment as well?
Okay. I get you. Thanks very much for that.
So you're only going to have about 40 minutes with them?
Okay.
Okay
then.
Hello.
Okay Okay. Okay then.
Sorry.
Hello? Okay. Okay, folks, I'm going to finish off here because we have the Permanent Secretary waiting outside the door for come on next. And again, I want to thank Aidan, Victor and Wesley for making themselves available at such short notice to come to the committee. And I want to thank you very much for your attendance and for a very interesting and informed discussion, and wish you a happy new year, okay? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Up to it. Bye-bye.
I'll go and get the... Do you want to just say that there's a 5-minute...
Okay, I'm just take a few minutes here, just a wee break before we
5
start.
minute comfort break, so broadcasting to be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, for broadcasting, come on back on 5 minutes. Okay.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30.
Okay then. Okay, folks, we're going to move on now to the next item on our agenda. I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome in person Dennis McMahon, the DAERA Permanent Secretary, and Robert Huey, the Chief Vet. And by Starleaf we have Norman Fulton, David Small and Nicole MacArthur. And again, we're going to get a briefing on the operational and practical issues arising from EU exit. And again, I want to thank you very much for coming at such short notice, and appreciate you are incredibly busy. So we're very appreciative of that, and understand that this meeting now substitutes the meeting that we arranged for next week, the 14th. And I ask that you, can you provide the committee with a written update on the EU exit matters for our next meeting on the 14th of January and fortnightly thereafter, if that's possible. So I'd be grateful to just take this opportunity now to kick off and out any issues which could bring to our attention arising from EU exit, and no doubt after the briefings we got from Seamus and Aidan and the UFU representatives that there will be some questions we want to maybe pick on as well, Dan. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for inviting us back to the committee to give you an urgent update on where we are in relation to the sanitary and phytosanitary SPS operational delivery programme, as well as some of the key emerging issues in terms of EU exit. I realise that you've already had briefing, as you've just mentioned, Chair, from some of our stakeholders, and we really welcome that because it's good to hear it straight from the people who are impacted most. And therefore, we also wish to focus on some of the emerging issues. But before we do, it's probably important to reflect on the breadth of work that has been ongoing across DAERA to ensure that we're ready for the end of the transition period. I mean, to ensure that there was a functioning rulebook, an unprecedented 35 UK-wide SIs, statutory instruments, and with devolved content, 6 reserved SIs and 39 statutory rules, and the committee's obviously been right in the middle of that as well. That's an unprecedented programme of legislation, and that's all gone through. And DAERA is also leading on 15 common frameworks and succeeded in ensuring that 14 of those achieved provisional status by the end of December. So it's just to kind of put it in context that this is the focus at the minute, but there's an awful lot of other work that's going on alongside that. So it's important to state that we're less than 1 week into the new arrangements. Our people, our stakeholders in the wider industry are in the very early stages of adjusting to what is a new reality. I say this because whatever briefing we provide you with today must be understood on the basis that it reflects a point in time as we move towards a new equilibrium. Robert will provide you with a specific update on the operational issues that he and his team have tackled from the 1st of January 2021. But before he does, I'd like to remind the committee of just where we got to in the last 7 months. When we came to see the committee on the 4th of June 2020, we explained that it had not been possible to take forward the necessary work without basic clarity from the UK government. This had not been received until the 20th of May 2020, and it was on this basis that the Northern Ireland Executive and DAERA were able to move forward. The programme of work began with a red-amber delivery status rating, and within weeks it moved to a red rating. That meant that it was in effect not possible to deliver the original programme for 2 reasons. 1, there was a live negotiation process underway between the UK and the EU, and 2, the scale of what we were trying to achieve. Specifically, in 7 months, we were seeking to deliver the people, processes, information technology and infrastructure necessary to conduct SPS checks as specified in EU legislation, and specifically our obligations under the Official Controls Regulation, or the OCR, which is built into UK Westminster law. So it's just to say that's what's driving this. So since it was not possible to deliver the full programme of infrastructure by that date, we put in place contingency arrangements involving all of the elements that I've already mentioned. That is people, processes, information technology and temporary infrastructure. And at this point, I want to pay tribute to everybody involved in what has been a monumental programme of work. This has frankly taken everything we have to deliver. The people who have been at the heart of this programme put every ounce of their personal effort into it, and in some cases, I have to say, their well-being. And I count the people who are on the call today, and I count the gentleman to my right, because people have done absolutely everything in their power to get this to work. Through this, they met the objectives in what was hopefully a once-in-a-lifetime global pandemic, so as if we didn't have enough. I also want to thank our partners who have worked closely with us throughout this process, in particular the Food Standards Agency in Northern Ireland, the District Councils, HMRC, Border Force and Police Service for Northern Ireland, as well as a number of key government departments, not least DEFRA, whose officials have consistently worked with us throughout. I'd especially like to thank all the business representatives who've worked so closely with us since the beginning of this process, and we have, and I think you probably have got a flavour of that, we have continuous engagement with them. So while there have inevitably been teething problems and nobody expected otherwise, the effort to get to this point has been an excellent example of partnership working. But we won't shy away from the problems, the general problems and any problems arising with our piece of this big jigsaw. My message to you is that, as we warned last year, this would be a bumpy process. In fact, I think Robert first said it, and that has been the case. But we will work continuously to improve the service over the coming weeks and months, where that is in our control. To set our evidence in context, I think it's important just to look again at the elements of this. So there are 3 stages in the SPS checking process. These are documentary, identity and physical checks. So on documentary checks, we now have, as we speak, a team in place in Larne undertaking the documentary checks remotely as we speak. They're doing this on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week basis and are clearly supplementing their additional training with additional learning on the job. On identity checks, we have people in place in Cairnryan, Birkenhead and Heysham ready to undertake on identity checks using seals placed on the freight units. I'll update you in a moment on how that's going. And physical checks. We have very high quality temporary facilities in place, and these were handed over to veterinary service colleagues for use in physical checks ahead of the 1st January 2021 deadline. That was a matter of weeks. So just to give you a sense of what's gone into this, I have to give full credit to people for that. We have initial staff rotas filled and colleagues are working well together. When we updated you before the holidays, we made it clear that while the elements were in place, the major challenge was ensuring that they all work together as one coherent system. I'm pleased to say that this is happening, certainly in terms of the areas of work that we're controlling. And I've been very impressed by the way that people have come together and demonstrated their professionalism. Furthermore, the IT systems in Northern Ireland are working well, given the very short timescale we've had to develop and implement those systems. There are, of course, minor glitches, which you'd expect, but I have to say, even our local chip system, which works along with traces, is working well. In line with the Chief Veterinary Officer's compliance protocol, the intention was to provide some space for businesses to come to terms with the new arrangements. And essentially, the intention was to do the documentary checks and the seal checks to confirm the identity of the consignments. And if there was a failure to comply, provide the businesses with some advice and a compliance note. And I think, as you've heard, there's been a lot of advice given. In fact, more than advice, we've been helping people to do some of the actual paperwork themselves. That's basically what's happened. Robert will talk in more detail about what has happened to date, but essentially due to the uncertainty arising from the negotiation process and the extremely short period of time between the final agreement and going live, businesses were not prepared as well as they would have wished. This meant that we could not carry out all documentary checks electronically. Pre-notifications were not happening to the required degree, and seals were not routinely in place to be checked. That in turn meant we had some challenges relating to COVID-19 safety requirements. In light of the need to use paper documentation and manual workarounds, it also meant that identity checks could not happen at GB ports in the way that we'd hoped. So these teething problems have also been affected by a delay in the delivery of HMRC systems, and I think you've heard some of that already, and there was a lot of discussion about TSS as well, which means that we've had to improvise a way of identifying freight units from the ship's manifest before the arrival of the units into Northern Ireland. The idea was to identify any relevant vehicles and direct them to our point of entry facilities. There we could do a quick check, and most of them are quick, of the paperwork and a short identity check. However, the low level of compliance and the provision of basic paperwork meant that initially there was a need to check larger volumes of materials. Are we necessarily surprised or alarmed by any of this? No. We knew that it would take some time for businesses to adjust to the new requirements. Indeed, on the 5th of November, I made it very clear that the paperwork would need to be produced in GB, and there would need to be the support for that when it came to the committee. So the systems we put in place are fundamentally sound, and when businesses make the necessary adjustments to routines, it will make life easier for us. Now, remember here I'm talking about SPS. There's a wider business issue which is primarily around the issue around trade and the compliance around HMRC protocols. So we've been very heartened by the constructive responses of businesses who have, on the whole, been very happy to work with us. These businesses have significantly improved their compliance, even in the short time that we've been up and running, which in turn means that we're able to stop fewer vehicles using a risk-managed approach, and indeed we're doing that. It's important to note that as of this point in time, we have undertaken very few physical checks on goods, concentrating instead on facilitating traders to put in place pre-notification and completion of the necessary certification. This reflects our desire to meet the joint objectives of keeping trade moving while complying with the law. Many of these issues will be ironed out quickly. It's therefore our intention to move to a position where freight units can travel with as little friction as possible, but there are some significant issues which will not be as easy to address in the short term and will need to be a focus over the coming months together with the UK Government. These include the complexity of logistic chains and in particular the impact of customs arrangements operating through Dublin, moving to GB and vice versa. 2, difficulties for hauliers in the certification and sealing of groupage loads in GB, and again you've heard some of that. We're working closely with them on that as far as again we can around operational arrangements, but I think as you've heard this morning there are other things that can be done outside of that. And 3, the need to prepare for the end of the 3-month grace period when supermarket consignments will be subject to the full SPS checking regime. So in summary, there's been a monumental effort on behalf of a lot of people in Dara, in the business community and across a range of public sector bodies. I'm very proud of the team and the work they've put in for the people of Northern Ireland. There have been short-term teething problems as we expected, and these are being resolved as we speak, as far as we can resolve them. Businesses are adjusting rapidly to the new requirements and deserve huge credit for that, and they're doing it in partnership with us. And in fact, after this session this afternoon, we've got another one of our information sessions with businesses, where we've got currently, the last I heard was about 360 people signed up to it. But now the heavy lifting must happen in GB, as I think you've heard this morning. And I suppose I want to leave you, before I hand over, if you don't mind, Chair, I'd like to just Robert can give you a brief update on the numbers. But I suppose the bit, just before I do that, just to say, really we have done our bit and people have gone so far above and beyond the call of duty. I can't praise them enough for it. That's not to say it's going to be perfect, but they have. And I just want to say, I think just Robert can maybe talk you through just where we are in terms of the actual process and the numbers. Robert, over to you. Sorry, Chair, with your permission, Chair, if that's okay. Over to you, Robert.
Thanks, Secretary. My colleagues will look to the stars when I repeat my favourite quote, which is General Helmut von Moltke, a Prussian general, who said, no plan ever survives first contact with the enemy. And we had a plan, and it didn't survive first contact with the enemy in this case. So our plan was very heavily based around pre-notification so that we'd know what was coming. And then, on the basis of that pre-notification and sealing of containers, checks being carried out on GB, and then us being able to select a number for physical checks in Northern Ireland. Well, that didn't even get started because a very high percentage of traders had not been able to or known how to pre-notify. So on day one, on the 1st of January, we had to dump the plan and go back to the more traditional method of having going through the manifest to identify likely SPS goods and pull those off the end of the ramp, those lorries off the end of the ramp, and to then go through with the drivers and with the consignors and consignees of those consignments the process of getting them pre-notified, getting the right paperwork in place, and then letting them go as quickly as possible. And that is more or less what we've been doing this week. Now, that is what we expected to do this week, to some extent, and that's why I produced this compliance document, which is on the internet for everyone to see, which basically said that for the first week we would not be enforcing rigorously. Now, I didn't think that the amount of support the industry would need from us would be as extensive as it has been, but that's what my staff have been doing, is identifying on the manifest and selecting those, and not all of them by any means, and trying to work with those traders in order to get their systems in place. And I have to say that that hasn't been difficult because the traders have wanted our help and have welcomed our help. We've had workshops with small groups of particular types of trader. So we've worked with the supermarkets, we've worked with their agents, because a lot of traders work through agents, agro and folks like that. And then we worked, particularly for the last 2 or 3 days, with the hauliers, who you've heard of from this morning, trying to deal with their issues. And across the hauliers, a vast range of different models that they work to. So, have we made progress? I think we have. And the level of compliance has gradually increased over the week. When will we start regulating and bringing in controls properly? It was planned for tomorrow. I'll need to have another think about how we actually move now onto the controls properly, the identity, the documentary and the physical checks. And it will be gradual because different people are able to comply on different speeds. And obviously, if someone has come through the port several times and have been talked through the process several times and are choosing not to comply, well, that seems like someone who needs some robust action taken. Where someone who turns up for the first time, a sole trader who hasn't been trading yet, that's a different story. One of the difficulties with planning this project all along is that our data was very poor. We didn't really know what to expect on day one. But we did know, being the 1st of January and a public holiday, that it wouldn't be representative of what was coming. So people had already stockpiled some product in Northern Ireland. Others have put off moving their goods. For example, we've had no animals yet, and I don't expect any animals for a week or two because people are waiting to see what happens and to see how the processes shake out. Our first animals actually are chicks coming in tomorrow or today. Forget what day it is. And just the figures up to date. Yesterday we checked 101 retail vehicles and 32 non-retail vehicles. It was the numbers that we did yesterday. And on day one is an odd day. We only did 40 or so altogether. Day 2 was 82 and 7. 82 retail and 7. So you can see that we're getting through a higher percentage, but at the same time there are more vehicles coming through the ports now, and I expect that will increase again next week. So staff are gradually getting to a position where there is sufficient compliance across the industry that we can start going back to the original plan, and that will start tomorrow. So today, the staff in Cairnryan who do the seal checks are finding that they can do it. We did more training with them yesterday to make sure that they're ready to go today, and that's happening today. Documentary checks, as the Secretary said, that's going well, with a team of admin staff in Larne are doing that job. So the pieces are coming together. It's just a matter of time and giving the industry time to adjust to this monumental change.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I think it would be important to say that we appreciate and we don't underestimate the amount of work that you guys have personally put in, and the way that you've been working above and beyond the call of duty to get us prepared for what you described there, Robert, as monumental change. In terms of the checks, there's some business I want to ask. There's obviously the full rigorous enforcement hasn't kicked in as yet, and and I noted that in one of the reports of a ferry coming in that there was 6 out of the 15 vehicles that was taken through the control post. Would yourselves be confident that whenever the full flow of trade would commence later on this month, that the department systems are ready to absorb that there and handle that increased trade?
Yeah. If we were trying to do what we're trying to do now, no. But I'm confident that with the level of compliance we're getting to now, that we'll be able to go back to what our original plan was. Because there's reasons why companies want to comply. I have made it clear that, particularly the retail, if they have pre-notified and they have a retail cert on the system and they have a seat in the vehicle, that's it. Drive on. No other checks required, at least at this early stage. I may have to do the very occasional physical check at some stage, but as far as I'm concerned, if the retailers have pre-notified us, allowing us to do the check of the certificate online, the so-called CHED, and there's a seal so that I don't have to do an identity check, which ties the certificate to the goods, then there is no friction. We'll do that seal check in Cairnryan or in Heysham or in Liverpool, and the vehicle can drive on. Now that immediately takes away half the volume if the retail is done properly. Now, I'm not underestimating the difficulties which the haulage have, and that's why we've been putting an awful lot of time into it. And there's an awful lot of different models, you know, from the small lorry, you know, 1 or 2 lorry organisations who make their living out of going from, you know, 12 pickups and 3 deliveries of 6 or 7 different commodities. Very, very difficult model. But working with them, these companies will come up with the answers, and we are helping them to address and to mitigate those risks. The big companies, they almost have a different challenge with the volumes, but they have the infrastructure, as you've heard about, to set up hubs that can move this stuff as single consignments with the right certification. There is an issue with veterinary capacity to carry out the certification, but having spoken to some veterinary suppliers, you know, I think the market will look after that. And remember, the certification in GB is supported by the MAS scheme. So the veterinarian carrying out the certification can apply straight to the scheme to be paid, doesn't charge the operator or the trader, charges government directly for the costs of doing that certification. So there's no administration for the business involved in that, to my understanding. So don't underestimate any of the challenges still ahead of us. But we've climbed a fair mountain this week, and with the industry, we've made great progress towards compliance. Some of these systems on my side are not that complicated, but it does present a considerable challenge when you lay the customs HMRC processes on top of them. And you know, we do work in silos to some extent in government, and you know, I'm confident in what I'm doing. But although we're working with HMRC and with Border Force on the ground, I can't speak eloquently about HMRC Border Force processes, which seem just unbelievably complex to me.
I'll just mention another question before I move around the room. I want to make the point that you said there that a very high percentage of traders didn't pre-notify, and I think that would tally with what was said to us previously by the Brexit working group and by the hauliers, and it just looks like to me that the Trader Support Service didn't do its job, that the preparation there hasn't been adequate. It's been a disaster in Britain. Preparation has not. There's been no proper preparation in Britain by the Trader Support Services to get shops and retail outlets ready for this year. And it looks to me that the DAERA here, yourselves, is paying the price for that in terms of having to absorb that extra piece of work, and that's it's an extra, obviously an extra stress in your own system, and fair play to you for being able to handle it. But the one thing I will ask is, Robert, you mentioned a while ago there that the rigorous enforcement regime was to kick in this week, but that may need to be reviewed. Now, I'm conscious that obviously it's important that we protect the integrity of the single market and our place within that there, and also the fact that there are EU officials who are present to monitor the situation. What precise level of flexibility do you have there in terms of that enforcement regime until businesses and retail adjust to the new arrangements?
Legally, I have none. Operationally, I have some. And that has come around by the way in which we've done this, in that we've never said we'll be perfect from day one. That was precisely what my compliance protocol was for, was so that everybody, including the EU, would be aware of the approach we were taking. And you've heard me on the words sensitive, pragmatic and sensible when it comes to enforcement. That does not mean no enforcement, and don't let anybody think it does. But it means that we will enforce where it's appropriate to do so. And there has been no physical checks yet, and there has been no containers sent back yet. But I am certain that it will happen, and that a huge kerfuffle will be made in the press when it does happen. But we have, just to be absolutely clear, we haven't sent anything back yet. There have been one or two who went back because they decided to do that, and that's a commercial decision to do that. But we haven't actually sent anybody back. What we're doing is taking the time, and sometimes it takes an inordinate amount of time, to work through with the consignment, with the operator, the process, and get them onto the system, get them pre-notified, get them a certificate, tell them how to get it, how to fill it out, take them through the detail. And I have a member of staff who has literally sat with supermarkets and with others and filled in their forms for them to show them how to do it. And one of the supermarkets, just to give you an idea of this, was taking, initially, it took 10 minutes to do a shed. By the time he was finished with them, they were doing them in 3 minutes. So this is, at one stage, it is difficult. It's like filling in any form until you know what goes in what box. But once you've done it, it's a process, it's a repeat process, and it's doable. So the fact that when you know what you're doing, you can fill in one of these sheds in 3 minutes does not sound like onerous bureaucracy to me. And that's all I want you to do. Pre-notify, fill in part one of the shed, stick a seal in the back of the lorry, get your cert signed. So that's what we're asking for, and we'll do it. But the question, Chair, around when is the full enforcement regime going to come in? It'll come in gradually. It will probably start from tomorrow. That doesn't mean anybody will come back from tomorrow, but we will start winding it up, because I have to, my two objectives throughout this, and it's good to have objectives because you can keep your eye on them, is to keep the law and keep stuff going, to keep stuff moving. And they're both equally important. We have to keep food and goods and raw materials flowing into Northern Ireland, not just to keep food on shelves, but to keep industry working and to keep raw materials flowing. And that's what we've been trying to do.
Okay, Robert, we're going to move to Morris. Morris, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, Chair.
Morris, go ahead.
Thanks very much, gentlemen, for coming in front of the committee this morning and giving us a very detailed brief. It complements what we've already heard, and it raises many, many issues. But can I offer my congratulations to the entire team for their extremely onerous workload to try and ensure a workable transition. And as has been alluded to, there are quite a few bumps on the road. Systems seem to be efficiently in place in the Northern Ireland side regarding document identity and physical checks. But there seems to be a lack of urgency on the mainland to complement the efforts and diligence of the DERA officials this side of the Irish Sea. Like everyone present here today, I'm disappointed that there seems to be a lack of equal commitment on the mainland side. This is a disappointment, and no doubt we will hear more from our DERA officials on progress in the coming weeks ahead. But one point, Robert made a reference to little movement in Northern Ireland in regards to livestock. However, I'd like to ask about pet passports. A lot of queries from pet owners. There now seems to be a requirement for dogs travelling between Northern Ireland and GB to have a pet passport at a cost of £120 per dog. I've also been advised that any dog returning to ENI from GB needs to have its passport stamped to evidence the fact that it has received its tapeworm vaccination, which will need to be administered by a vet in GB before return to Northern Ireland. This creates extra expense, not just for the pet passport, but also vaccination and the time frame required to get a vet to administer the vaccination. Can this be addressed in future negotiations in any way?
This is an issue we've known about for some years, and we worried last year when we were looking at a land border about movement on the island of Ireland and movement of pets on the island of Ireland and the disruption that would cause. So this is an issue that has already been in negotiations. It was one of the issues that was discussed. It's been dealt with at a technical level by my colleagues, by myself and my colleagues. And we have got nowhere throughout all of that, despite lots of false dawns and thinking that we would get to a good place on it. In fact, when it came to listing GB, which is the important thing here, under the pets legislation, we did not get list 1, which we think we can justifiably get, but we got list 2, which basically meant that the full gambit of the pets requirements fell upon Great Britain. Now, what do we have? We have freedom of movement of pets on the island of Ireland, and we have free movement of pets from Northern Ireland to GB. But what we do have is the full gambit of requirements between GB and Northern Ireland, which involves vaccination, tapeworm tablet every time you're going to travel. It requires an animal health certificate from a vet every time you want to move rather than a pet passport. And it is onerous and it is expensive. And in my view, it's unnecessary. So we have a piece of law here which I have to keep, which my minister has voiced his opposition to very vocally. My minister has written to both Minister Eustace, Secretary of State Eustace in London, and now to the EU about it. And we will continue to work on it. We have a hope on these islands for a common travel area for pets, as we have for people. But I cannot hold out any prospect that that is going to happen very, very soon, and that this is just going to be wiped away. There is within the pets legislation a paragraph, Article 16, which allows for this sort of arrangement for freedom of movement of pets, for example, between Norway, an EEA country, and Sweden, and between other small countries like Andorra and their neighbouring countries, Spain and France. So there is a model to look at here. The fact we haven't rabies on these islands, the fact that Ireland is free from Echinococcus multilocaris, which is the name of the parasite we're talking about, should make this doable. But it's I'm afraid it's in the hand of the political world, and it will have to be dealt with through the political process. And I'm hopeful that that will happen, but it's not going to happen soon, which means that, again, in my protocol, I've said that we aren't going to implement enforcement until the 1st of February to give people a chance to get ready. I was concerned about people who had taken their pet to GB over the Christmas period and couldn't get back. I was concerned, as a number of people have raised, about the problems around assistance dogs, both guide dogs and wider assistance dogs, and the issue around puppy walking in Northern Ireland for the guide dog associations. And all those are issues which we need to deal with. And we have been talking to the interested groups for some time, trying to find a way through this. I was hopeful that at an operational level I would be able to find some room for pragmatism, but the legislation is written in a very black and white way. I can find no wiggle in it at all. So I have no alternative but to enforce this legislation, but again, we'll be doing it sensitively, pragmatically, and sensibly as far as we can. But I am not happy with the situation that we find ourselves in. My minister isn't happy with the situation we find ourselves in, and we'll be doing all we can to try and mitigate this problem. But I don't want to give anyone the impression that this is easy. This is a piece of European legislation.
Thanks very much, Robert. I hear a lot of talk recently about Britain failing in the negotiations, but in any negotiation there are two sides, and one side is equally guilty as the other or innocent as the other. So I would bear that in mind, that it's EU regulation that has introduced this here. But I thank you very much for that comprehensive answer, Robert. Thank you.
Thank you, Morris. William?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just on touching that, and Robert's given a very wide answer to that, and I have been approached too by gun dogs. They must go for England for shoots and one thing or another. Is it right that they have to get a permit before they leave here, or is it that costs £120, or is it they have to get the permit on the return? I just wasn't clear on that.
No, they can get there, okay. It's coming back as the problem.
Yeah.
So there'll have to be some thinking put into how that can be done. You know, if a gun club is going over, how can they all be done at the one time to try and make it as streamlined as possible? But this again, we're talking about new processes, new challenges. This is a whole new one. I'm hoping that we can work with, you know, the different canine groups. There are people who go to GB for other sporting purposes, for various canine events, and also for, of course, the shows. And it's important to them, and is a key part of their social fabric. So we need to find ways around this. But I have to be realistic and say that I don't see a solution in weeks or months.
That's unfortunate, but it just seems so crazy to the average person. In relation to, we know that there's a free movement of goods and produce from here into the mainland at the moment, so there's no issues with that, I think, I'm aware. In relation to goods entering Northern Ireland from the UK, and if the paperwork is all in place, what level of checks then, if everyone is there, if we get to a stage where people is their paperwork in place, who decides or what is then checked, or what level of checks will there be?
Okay.
This is the official control regulations, and there's a lot of detail in here. And part of the detail that you find in here is a table which lays out for you in excruciating detail the level of checks you have to do for each commodity. Live animals require 100% checks. There are other groups of commodities that require 30% checks, for example, red meat. And then there are some that only require 1% of checks. And we have an electronic system called CHIP, which is programmed with these frequencies. And they do a random selection of the checks to be done. With live animals, it's easy, they all have to be done. But with other commodities, they do less. Now, within the legislation, one of the flexibilities that the Commission explained to us, and I have to say the Commission have helped us with finding flexibility, was that on the basis of a risk assessment, you can deviate from the levels of checks that are laid out in legislation. And that's what we have done with supermarket goods. We've had a very comprehensive risk assessment, and actually carried out by a very experienced person in DEFRA, did it for us. I'll name her, Helen Roberts, did it for us, someone who's well respected by the EU. And on the basis of that risk assessment, I can deviate downwards from the 1% to way below that. And that's my intention, even after the various periods of the declaration to do with supermarket goods. Because if the consignor has designated that they're all EU eligible, there is no risk to either the single market, to public health, to plant health, or to animal health. So, to summarise, the frequencies laid down in legislation, you can deviate from those frequencies. You can deviate both upwards and downwards. The selection is random, so that no one can feel picked on.
And I don't want to hold. I want to thank you for that. I didn't admit it to you at the start, but for the hard work. I know it's been a nightmare scenario situation for you. I understand that. A lot of hard work has been put into it. But you say there's nothing has been sent back to England as yet, and that's good. If goods were transferred over the New Year period and they left England on the Saturday or on the Thursday of the New Year's Day, what was the current situation on that in transit goods?
When you arrive, if you arrive after 11 p.m. on the 31st, you're subject to full checks. Now, having said that, we were taking our pragmatic view, but there were vehicles that we asked to sort out their paperwork because they had misunderstood that they were okay as long as they left GB. No, it's when you arrive.
I had one such, and I'm maybe aware of that, such a situation.
Personally aware of almost all of them. But actually, with that group of traders, my deputy Brian Ducher got together with that particular group of traders on the Saturday night, and they were feeling not particularly upset with us, but was set with third-party companies that they had expected to do the paperwork for them and had been let down because the paperwork hadn't been done. So it's just part of the complexity of this thing. One of the ways I said of getting around this paperwork is to get a third party to do it for you, classically a customs agent who then does the SPS paperwork as well. But if they get overwhelmed, as I think some have, that causes me problems because the sheds haven't been completed.
Okay. Thanks for that there. Robert, Rosemary?
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for all the work that you've done. I know it has been a mammoth task and come to terms with it and get us all going. I've had quite a lot of communications in relation to dogs. But one of the communications I had was concerns in relation to the over-medication of dogs. People moving back and forth from Scotland, foot passengers, bringing their wee dog over for a weekend. Especially, a lot of people have moved back and forth from Scotland quite often, and there is that problem, bringing the dog back, etc.
This is a concern that I first heard from my veterinary colleagues when they met the Minister about over-medication, unnecessary medication. Because, of course, in one of my other priorities in antimicrobial resistance and anti-parasite resistance, I'm trying to encourage both livestock farmers, equine owners and pet owners not to over-medicate or not to unnecessarily medicate their animals. And here we are vaccinating animals for a disease they don't have and putting in anti-parasite drug for a parasite we don't have. I started by saying I have difficulties with this all. I have difficulties with all this, particularly as the person who has to enforce it. But all I can do is to reassure you that it's not just one of those words. We will do everything we can to try and mitigate the effects and find a resolution. We are trying to mitigate, and we are trying to find a resolution. And particularly with my CVO colleagues in London and Dublin, they are well aware of this issue and wish to find an answer. And my understanding is there is a legislative way in which an answer could be found through the EU legislation. Have a look at Article 16 if you are sad enough to read my legislation.
Okay. No, when we're in the EU, we were always told about, they were so concerned about the welfare of animals and the movement of animals and the welfare. And here we have, this actually is a welfare issue that needs to be addressed.
Look, in negotiations so far, when it comes to these sorts of issues, we haven't yet been able to get past. The UK chose to leave the EU, and they were aware of the consequences when they did it, and this is one of them. So that is the opening remark in virtually any of these conversations about difficulties that we're facing. Now, that day will pass, and it will pass quite quickly. And then we can get down to, as technical people, talking about technical problems. And my firm conclusion is yes, some will have to be solved at a political level and can only be solved at a political level. But there's a lot can be done when technical people get together and talk common sense. And I'm hoping that's where this is going to be done. These aren't strange people we're talking to. These are fellow veterinarians who understand the issues and understand our language.
Just one more question. What would the difference be if we had have been included in List 1? You referred to List 1 and List 2. We're a List 2 category. What would the difference have been in relation to pets then? It would have been List 1.
You'd still needed vaccination, but there'd be more flexibility with the paperwork. So your passport would have done instead of an animal health certificate and having to go and get an animal health certificate and having to get wormed every time. So there'd be more flexibility. And it may be we have to go stepwise, and we try to get Part 1 first to make it easier before we can get to my ultimate objective and that of the ministers, which is a common travel area, so that there is no ambiguity and people can move their pets around these islands.
So just that leads me on just one more question. I had a lot of queries about, can I bring my dog across to the beach?
You haven't had as many queries, Rosemary, as I have.
Pardon?
As many as I have.
No problem then bringing dogs into the south.
None at all.
Not at all. I'm bringing them home that same evening. A couple of hours.
You can go to Dunfanaghy and walk on the beach. There's not a problem.
Thank you.
So, but I'll say it again, just to be clear. Free movement of pets on the island of Ireland, free movement from Northern Ireland to GB.
Yeah.
The only place where we have a fetter, to use the language, is between GB and Northern Ireland.
I think, could I just add something generally? It's just I'm aware we're referring, for example, to EU regulations and various different elements. It's just important to say the reason, the rationale for doing this programme, and we talked about it at previous committee hearings, but it's worth saying it again, is because these things are built into UK law. So the official controls regulation, which Robert quoted from there, is actually UK law. That's part of it. It becomes part of it. So it's just to say that. That's so in case people get the impression who are listening to this that we're sort of making it up as we go along in a sense, or just doing this because it's an EU regulation.
Thanks.
Harry?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dennis and Robert and Norman and Nicole online there. I couldn't do without saying much appreciation for all you have done. I mean, you and your team, you've more than went the extra mile and really excelled. You have said, Robert, it would be a bumpy ride, and no doubt it has been a bit. It's obviously down to because others haven't done their jobs, and the extent they should have has made your life more difficult at present. So hopefully you've been lenient on a few things, and when that's tightened up, it will get better. Can I just go on to dogs? Again, I know everybody's talking about dogs today, but we've pets and we have show dogs and gun dogs, all sorts. But the one that gets me is the assistant dogs. Is there no leniency or no difference for those? Because, I mean, blind people can't really do without them and really should not be penalised at all.
Well, just in handing over to Robert, who's going to talk about that, I'll just say this is something that is really exercising our minister. So I'll just say that very straight.
Okay.
Robert, do you want to?
So all I can say is to emphasise that we have been dealing with the assistant dog community for some weeks, and I've been meeting with them over Christmas once it became clear what the legislation had said and what we were going to have to do. We will find a way around this or through it. I have to try and balance what the law says with what the assistance dog community require, and we are actively working on that. All I will say is that no genuine assistance dog will be turned back. We will find a way of doing it.
Good.
And I don't want to say much more because I'd be admitting to breaking the law.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go there. But
they're not.
No assistance dog. Now, there are all sorts of assistance dogs. There are animals that help people with their stress levels and that sort of stuff. So I'm not going to buy everything being an assistance dog. I have some integrity in this thing.
No.
But your genuine assistance dog will not be turned back. We will find a way to deal with that.
No, that's great news. That's really dear, because you know yourself, the dogs are people's eyes at times, and appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Robert. Patsy, hello, can you hear me there?
Well, I'm on okay there, Chair. I'm on right. Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much to all the officials there for the work that they've done and the circumstance they've been landed with. Now, just picking up a wee bit further on the last point of Harry's issue there about guide dogs. There's a particular issue we've been contacted about. I think maybe the committee has too, possibly, and that's guide dog pups. I think maybe there's a particular name for them coming in from the UK to here. I don't know how or in what way that's covered. And I've also been contacted by the BASC, which is the British Association for Shooting and Conservation. One of their members had been in touch, and he goes over obviously to Scotland and places like that to do a bit of shooting, and brings 5 dogs with him. Now, the capacity of that there to cost him is £120 per dog, which is pretty expensive. Can you maybe expand a wee bit further on it for me, Robert? Do dogs coming back, do they have to have rabies vaccinations, and do they need to be 12 weeks old prior to any vaccination? And is there tapeworm treatments and the likes of that figured into it all as well? I'm asking you because you're the expert in all these things, and I'm trying to get a wee bit of my head around this stuff.
Okay. So there's a requirement for a current valid vaccination.
Yes.
Now, off the top of my head, but let's say the vaccine lasts a year. So if you're travelling 3 or 4 times a year, you don't need a vaccine each time. You just need a current vaccination. But what you do need each time is a tapeworm tablet, and you do need an animal health certificate, which will cost. But if dogs are going in a group of dogs, in a shooting party, I'm sure someone within that group will be able to do a group negotiation with the vet who's carrying out the work to get the prices down a bit. That would make sense. But I'm finding myself saying the rules is the rules, and that's where we're at here until we get some legislative change or get some status change. And at least if we could get to part 1, as we were talking about earlier on, it would get rid of the requirement for an animal health certificate each time. And I think that's our first objective. Then the longer objective of having a more pragmatic, sensible regime.
Are you getting positive vibes about that, or are you hopeful, or are you getting positive vibes? I know there's a bit of we'll use that word, transition from one to the other. If you could, Robert.
I have got positive vibes from the CVOs on these islands, and it hasn't yet been raised in detail with technical experts in the EU beyond what happened during negotiations. That is still to come, but I suspect that will be a difficult and protracted argument, because they're making a derogation from a rule from the norm, and that's why I keep coming back to my Article 16, is that there is something within the European legislation which allows for freedom of movement of dogs. For example, between Italy and Vatican City, you don't have to vaccinate your dog when you go from Italy to Vatican City or from France to Andorra. So there is a precedent for this, and when there's a precedent, it is easier to find a way through that when speaking with the Commission. But it's not weeks, probably not months. This could take a while.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, I have 2 more queries, Chair. One is, I suppose maybe the both of them may well be interrelated, but I did raise, I think it was about 2 months ago, what sort of tic-tacking or collaboration is going on between the department, prior to all this, the department and the HMRC and trade support services, because I'm getting some queries about, you probably listened in earlier, Seamus Leheny did tell us that there are some maybe well-experienced people at Trade Support Service, and how should we put it, maybe some lesser experienced people at Trade Support Services, And it seems that some of the people who have been in touch with me got the lesser experienced ones. They're asking questions about these are people who have good, successful businesses. They aren't the big way of going, but they're there and they're good businesses. So there seems to be a void there. And as I say, I did raise it maybe 2 months ago. So I'd be interested to get an update on that. Then, following on from that, can you advise me? Again, I don't know the answer to this. That's why I'm asking. Is there some sort of either a presence, physical presence at the ports from Trade Support Services who is on hand to take people and to guide them through this? Or is there, if you like, a hotline between the ports and Trade Support Services to negotiate through or to clarify or to work out a problem that may be there or may not be there indeed, depending on the advice that you get from them? Then finally, this may be related to HMRC or whatever, but it's the definition of a further query which has just come into me there from a business which trades on an all-Ireland basis, and they're looking at a definition, if there is one legally, as to what's an at-risk goods or not at-risk goods, a clear definition of that, if that can be obtained or if you're aware of it. So thank you, Chair, and thanks very much again to everyone at DERA. I'm getting good reports back about your officials. Okay, so.
Okay, thank you very much, and for that, Mr. McDonald, thank you. We had I suppose just taking the first one, we have had continuous contact with HMRC through the programme team as they were developing this, and we would have had a regular reference group meeting which I would chair, and we would invite HMRC along to that as well. And they've been also at some of the business events that we've, or the stakeholder engagement events we've run. So we have continuously engaged with them. We did have some concerns around Christmas, just coming up to Christmas, just that their systems would be ready enough for what we needed. And we wrote to them and we got a response back. And it's clear that there are some things that are not working as well for them as they would want. No doubt about that. I suppose, it wasn't really, again, it's not unlike our own experience, and that we have to hear these things firsthand from businesses to understand just how it's working. It's one thing for people to say, oh, we'll do this and that, but once these things come into contact with the real world, you soon find out. So we have been getting quite a bit of feedback, and obviously we were hearing the feedback, not just from today, but we've got feedback as well, and certainly we will be feeding that back through various routes to HMRC colleagues. I suppose the only on the actual presence at the ports, I mean, Robert might want to talk about, and then I'm thinking the All Ireland, you mentioned a company that's working on an All Ireland basis, and the idea of what's at risk. Norman might comment on that. Do you want to do the presence piece first?
At an operational level with Border Force representative attends a daily stock take every morning to try and snag any problems we have between us. But our biggest issue really is that, as I think I've said to you before, we rely heavily on HMRC systems to control freight moving through the port. So it's HMRC who, in general, controls the freight within the portal. Portal surrounds both sides and then releases on our behalf the consignment at the end. The systems, the ICT systems that allow that to happen are late in delivery. And I have to say that personally, I underestimated just how dependent we were on HMRC systems to manage the freight through the port. Normally, there should be systems when we identify a consignment we want to look at, where the HMRC systems would flag it to the driver, flag it to us. That wasn't in place. Hence, I had people in yellow jackets at the bottom of ramps. It works, but it's not streamlined. It's not what we'd want to do, and we look forward to those systems being in place. So the coordination at an operational level, the cooperation at operational level has been very good, very close, and managing issues as they arise.
And then maybe touch on the at-risk goods, if Norman wanted to talk about that.
When it comes to at-risk, you can potentially get into very complex territory here. If we're talking about a business that is trading on the island of Ireland, north-south, south-north, then there's no issues. That is completely free movement, unfettered movement. If we're talking about products coming in from GB into Northern Ireland, then that's where, Northern Ireland only, that's where the at-risk issue may arise. Now, the scope of all of this has been obviously now very much narrower, given that there is a zero tariff, zero quota trade deal between the UK and the EU. And therefore, a lot of goods can move between UK and Northern Ireland or Ireland tariff-free, but not all. So it's not a complete zero tariff picture we're looking at, and that takes you into the very complex area of rules of origin and where the product or indeed the ingredients within the product sourced from, whether they come from a third country or whether they come from wholly originating within the UK or whether they're from EU. So it starts to get into quite complex territory here. So it very much depends on the individual, what they're trading, where they're trading it, so it's nothing. It's not an issue where I can give a blanket answer. So it very much depends on individual circumstances. But it should be a relatively narrow range of movements and goods that would be affected by a potential tariff. And that we are talking about a potential tariff issue here.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Norman. Now, is there any place in particular where I could go, or a link or whatever, that I could share with this gentleman for his business? Because obviously he's maybe not able to get the clarity that that he requires for his business. If I could get that, that would be very helpful. If I could just, Chair, please reverse back there to the issue of the ports, and Robert did refer to that every morning there's some sort of coordination with Border Force. But can I reverse back there, in the event of an issue arising, there's clearly not, or I presume there's no customs or HMRC officials present at the ports other than if they come in to do checks now and again. But is there a hotline where a potential situation does arise that can be clarification by the HMRC or the trade support people? Is there a hotline right through to them, right through those working hours whenever the ports are operational, so that any issue that might need to be rectified doesn't either have to wait to the next morning, but can be done via some hotline mechanism between DERA and HMRC or trade support services?
Again, just to clarify, that's just our stock take in the morning. There are Border Force staff at both Larne and Belfast Port. I'm not sure if there's a permanent presence in Warren Point. And we work very closely together when it comes to the operational issues. So there are staff there, at Border Force staff there at the ports, carrying out their particular checks.
But the link, I suppose, the link through to HMRC, again, I suppose my expectation was that the hotline was TSS. But having said that, Norman might have something more up to date on that. I don't know if you have anything, Norman, you want to add to that?
I think TSS is the consortium that has been contracted to provide the advisory service and all of this. I can't tell you whether that's a 24/7 line or not, but certainly TSS would be the first protocol in terms of seeking advice and information.
Actually, I mean, we'd be very happy to follow up on that. It's a really good query, and I mean, again, one of the useful things is not that we haven't been hearing the feedback. We've been hearing a lot, but it actually kind of sometimes tends to melt together because there's so much happening at a point in time. But actually, having heard the feedback this morning and just that question, it'd be good for us to just follow up, and I'll maybe write back to colleagues in HMRC just to kind of make sure that if there is other alternatives that we can use, we'll use them. But at the minute, the TSS is the helpline.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Dennis.
Thank you, Patrick. Claire?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to everybody for your answers and your updates so far. And I just too want to commend the whole team, because I think that there's nobody here on the committee that hasn't seen the work that you're putting in, and certainly the updates that you have been given to us as a committee as well. So thank you for that. And I know that you've probably had no holidays and that there's no respite in sight just yet. But good to hear that Robert at least is getting good vibes from somewhere for the minute. But I maybe want to touch on a few wee issues that maybe haven't been looked at yet or addressed. But maybe first, I know that a lot of the SIs and Rs and stuff we're going through in that big legislative framework or timetable that was happening before was to ensure a functioning rule book. I just want to ask, first of all, are you content that we have a functioning rule book at the minute?
Yes, is a straightforward answer. There may be something that may come up. There are one or two issues that aren't as perfect as we'd like. You know, where, for example, legislative references aren't as up to date as it could be. But in terms of have we got the basic rule book in place to be able to do what we need to do, that would be, unless my colleagues want to correct me because they found out something in the last 24 hours. But even at our meeting this morning, there was nothing came up. So the simple answer would be yes. But maybe just check with Norman and Robert and David actually as well, who's online.
We're okay on veterinary service and health group.
Norman or David?
No, I don't think there's anything I need to add to that, Dennis.
And David there, David Small? Maybe. Well, look, if David, if anything crops up, we'll let you know. But I mean, the reason I'm asking that is not, even though we had these discussions every day, it's just that it's such a fast-moving situation, and you might find that something comes up. So I don't want to mislead the committee. But if anything comes up, we'll certainly let the committee know.
Grand, thank you. And we've heard obviously a lot about trade and traders and that flow of traffic. I want to maybe ask you then about people and people or travellers, and have we had any impacts there or any issues arising from just people travelling across the Irish Sea or across any of these borders at the minute?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not aware of anything.
Ours, we're entirely focused on the SPS arrangements, so not aware of anything, and not aware of anything from colleagues across departments being raised at this point.
Okay, great. And hopefully, if you were listening in earlier, when we were speaking to Seamus Leahy, raised the issue of drivers who are being stopped and facilities for them, and if they are waiting, and even those who are just being checked, sometimes that is taking a lengthy time. I know that it hopefully speed up given the passage of time, but you know, what kind of infrastructure do we have? Will we need more? And are we planning on putting facilities in place for drivers and others who are stopped?
I did hear this morning, and I did check, and we have facilities in both Larne at Red Inns Road and in Duncrew Street in Belfast. Now remember, these are contingency plans that we have and contingency facilities, and I know because I asked, what is that big block in the middle of the car park in the new facilities, and the answer is that's the toilet block, because I wondered what it was. So there will be more extensive facilities at the final premises, but we do have premises. We do have toilets for the use of drivers at both Larne and Belfast. And sorry, there's another piece to that question which I think I've dropped somewhere.
Just my other one is just, you know, for even for heat and for comfort, so toilets and bathroom facilities is good to have, of course, but even for refreshments or just space to stretch out.
Oh, sorry, the thing that I was told when I was asking that is that most lorry drivers, if they find they're going to be held a while, just drop the lorry and disappear and come back and get it later on. So they do that, because I wasn't sure if we allowed them to do that, and they do.
Okay.
They drop the lorry and go on.
I suppose it's worth also distinguishing between maybe some of the discussion around what's happening with lorries in GB, where they're waiting at the port and there'll be facilities at the port, but that's not ours. I think ideally, in an ideal world, while we want to have those facilities as a backup, the intention is that it's, you know, once this starts running the way we want it to run, the vast majority of the documentary checks will be done remotely. The vast majority of the lorries the ID checks will be done through seals, and that'll be somebody looking at the seal in Cairnryan or whatever saying, good to go. We don't ever see them from that point. They go onto the ferry and they leave the ferry at the other end. And then, a small percentage of them, or depending on the issues, as Robert has said, but ideally the smaller the better, percentage of them would be getting pulled over at that point, just for the physical check. But that should be, so even in so much as the photographs so far, if you compare them to, for example, recent photographs around Dover and things like that, no comparison. But we wouldn't even want that many. We'd want, in an ideal world, you'd have very, very few vehicles sitting there, maybe 2 to 4 per sailing. Again, we can't guarantee that because of some of the points that Robert made earlier around the official controls regulation, but that would be the aim.
Okay, thank you. And just 2 other issues I wanted to address as well. I mean, in the final few days and hours of reaching the agreement, we heard a lot about the fishing industry. So maybe want to ask you if there has been any feedback or engagement so far with our fishing sector and any impacts, negative or positive, from them.
Yeah, I was hoping David Small was on the call. Is David on the call today, or just checking? No, maybe not. Maybe David's not on it. He was due to be on it, but that's okay. Well, look, we can get
a blank screen. Yeah,
just from a blank screen.
It's a blank screen, so maybe he's maybe he's dealing with some fisheries issues at the minute. But I suppose that look, just I suppose in summary, it's helpful to actually raise the issue because one of the issues was around the IUU regulation, and this is a regulation around illegal catches, and it's about putting in catch certificates and regimes for Northern Ireland fleet. So the UK government has developed a unilateral position on this and has written to the local fishing industry here. So we have not been applying all of the requirements in the IUU at this stage. Now, we've done that on the basis of legal advice. So obviously we have to be content that there's enough of a grey area that we will not be doing enforcement on the IUU regulations. We'll be happy to follow up in writing from the committee. I was hoping that David could talk in a little bit more detail about it today, but I'm glad to have the opportunity to say that to the committee. And to be honest, I did not ask the question. I'd have probably wanted to mention it at the end.
And even in terms of domestic quotas for the Northern Ireland industry, has that been confirmed, and are the sector content with that?
I haven't got confirmation on that. Obviously, all I know at this stage is there's been general feedback about the deal itself. But again, we can follow up in writing, and it may well be worth actually a session in its own. And I'm sure David would be happy to come back and do that.
Okay, thanks. And then just a wee last quick one, I know it runs so over time, is just looking at the avian flu outbreak that has been identified recently, and I know that one chicken farm has to be isolated, but I suppose I wanted to see if there was any update on that, or if we have concerns that it is going to spread, and the impact on that, and whether that will be, again, another issue to be concerned about. I know that Robert was saying that there's a chick, a consignment of chickens coming in this week or today, and just any concerns or updates on that one.
Again, I'm glad you asked that, because that's one that Robert would undoubtedly have mentioned before we left. So, Robert?
It says something about the times we're in, that I declare high pathogenic avian influenza in Northern Ireland for the first time ever, and it's a subnote to this meeting. In different times it would have been front and centre. And it is this is a serious episodic disease, and this is a very major issue for the poultry industry. You'll recall that GB have had this particular strain of high pathogenic avian influenza since the beginning of November. They've had 16 outbreaks there in a range of different premises. We have had 8 wild bird findings in Northern Ireland, and many of them around the Bann Valley. But this is the first time that it has been confirmed in commercial poultry in Northern Ireland. A farm in Clough between Ballymena and Ballymoney in Antrim family farm, initially identified by private practitioner on the 1st of January. I asked not to get avian influenza until 2021, and they waited all of about 2 hours. But anyway, a total of 80,000 birds will be destroyed in that, have been destroyed on that farm this morning. And it's a very big shock for us all. So initially it was found in young birds, in 216,000 14-week-old birds of layer breeders. Clinical signs of nervousness and low mortality to start with, and then the mortality ramps up. But on that holding, there are also 2 other premises which are strongly associated. It's a family business with family members helping each other out in each other's houses. So across the road to 16,000 of free-range layers, 70 and 74 weeks old, and then down the road, about half a mile, a house of 1,600 birds, or 16,000 birds, 4 weeks old. And they've all been slaughtered this morning. We have put in the 3 and 10k zones around that, restricted zone and a surveillance zone. And within those areas, all movements of goods and poultry and people, to some extent, have to be licensed. So everything from the milk lorry to feed deliveries is licensed in order for us to be absolutely confident that we can keep the disease within this area. And then day before yesterday, confirmed yesterday, we have a second outbreak in Lisburn, this time of 31,000 again layers, 53-week-old birds in the top of their lay type of thing. So those will be slaughtered tomorrow, and again zones have been put in place. As far as trade is concerned, trade can continue from outside the 10k zones, within the EU and within the UK. Third country trade is dependent on specific conditions within the export licences, be that hatching eggs, table eggs, or poultry meat or poultry products. So it does have significant consequences for not just those families involved, but also for the wider poultry industry. DAERA has a very close working relationship with the entire poultry sector. We meet with them very regularly, the joys of WebEx, and keep them up to date with what they're doing, with what we're doing. And you know, the plea is the same as it always is. It's about biosecurity. Biosecurity is about keeping contamination out of the houses and away from the poultry that are susceptible, and from other birds that are susceptible. And it's important for the people with 5 backyard chickens as it is with the people with the 30, 40, 50, or in this case 80,000 birds. So same call as always for thinking through biosecurity. I've asked the companies to look again at it, because people become complacent. People think they have good systems in place, but the systems are only as good as the man behind the wheelbarrow. So I need them to check and make sure what they think is happening is actually happening. And for those companies that have to go onto poultry farms in order to do their business, whether that's collecting of eggs or collecting of dead stock, delivering feed, to redouble their efforts to ensure that everything is more than just okay, that everything is as well as anybody can do it. We have another 3 months of this before the summer will hopefully take this virus away from us. But we have 3 months. We've got through 2. You could surmise that perhaps the number of wildfowl has increased because of the cold weather in England this week. I don't know. I'd need an ornithologist to help me with that. But the risk is here. The risk's in Northern Ireland. And we all have to do our bit to try and get on top of this.
Okay. Okay. John Blair.
Thank you, Chair. Can I, just at the start, mindful of the fact that people are here later than they were scheduled and we've held them back and mindful of the time, I want to add the thanks expressed to the senior team and their respective business areas across the department for the work done, not just in recent weeks, but in the last 4.5 years on these issues, where we really are very grateful for your updates and your hard work on this. I want to ask about following up on a conversation earlier with our logistics representatives and farmers representatives, with some discussion around movement of goods from GB to ROI and into Northern Ireland, and if all avenues can be explored to find out if they can assist in supply chains. I think the phrase used earlier was a transit system that works. Are all avenues being explored to ensure that those routes can be used if required and that are being used fully, if it helps?
Well, I suppose in general terms, we're working very closely with the industry, as we've said. We're looking at all options to try to improve the whole the whole situation, and there have been some proposals I know put forward in some of the meetings that you've been having, Robert, and your team's been having with the industry. So maybe, I don't know if you can say anything more about that. I think some of the comments that were made this morning reflected some of what you've been doing.
So I'll talk a little bit about SPS, and then maybe Norman can help out with other detail. So a consignment in France that wants to come to the island of Ireland through either Cairnryan or through Dublin can just drive straight through. They don't need an export health certificate, they don't need certification, they don't need sealed, they don't need anything. So it's literally just using, I think you heard this morning, Great Britain as a land bridge between the continent and here. The difficulties come around, and similarly, products of animal origin moving from Northern Ireland over the land bridge to Dublin and then on require no documentation, sealing or anything else. They just require to do that. The difficulty comes, as with many things, coming the other way. So, products wanting to come from GB to Northern Ireland through Dublin. As far as the Dublin authorities are concerned for SPS, they're entering the single market. And they're entering the single market into Ireland, not Northern Ireland. And until they can verify that the goods are going to Northern Ireland, they have to deal with them as if they were entering Southern Ireland rather than Northern Ireland. And that's what causes a lot of the difficulty for them. Now, as far as SPS is concerned, there's probably ways that can be mitigated. But that is my understanding of the position at the moment. Norman, can you add anything on the HMRC tariff side of that?
Okay, so I suppose if you take the journey from Northern Ireland through Dublin to GB, ideally what we'd like to see there is equivalent to what we have on the direct routes out of Belfast or Larne, which is unfettered access, and that's where we'd like to get to. And the Minister actually has written to his counterpart yesterday just on this issue of trying to streamline as much as possible the processes through Dublin. So that would be effectively an unfettered access issue that we would need to try and see if there's anything that can be done there. In terms of product coming from GB to Dublin to Northern Ireland, I know there was discussions this morning around a transit mechanism. A transit mechanism really is a means of holding over a potential tariff liability so that you don't actually pay it at the point of landing, but you effectively put that on a temporary hold, if you like, and you move on to your final destination. And at your final destination, that's where you complete your customs processes. So as I said earlier, in the case of, we now have a free trade agreement between UK and EU. So therefore, the number of goods where there would potentially be a tariff issue is obviously very much reduced compared with what it might otherwise have been. But there still could be some, depending on rules of origin and the nature of the product and the goods. So a transit mechanism might still be relevant, but for a relatively small proportion of overall trade, and it could be put in place. Otherwise, you simply, as you would do coming into Belfast, you do your SPS, you do your customs, and you clear the port, and off you go. So where there's no tariffs involved, then there's no transit mechanism necessary. So therefore it's a simpler process. You just make good use of the free trade agreement mechanisms.
Okay.
So it very much depends on the product that you are transporting.
You indicated there, Norman, that correspondence has gone from DAERA to Irish counterparts, and we're working on those issues, yeah?
That's correct, yeah. The Minister wrote actually yesterday on the issue of trying to streamline processes as much as possible, because I think, as you've heard earlier, it's a very important route, particularly for agri-food and particularly for the meat sector, red meat sector, where a significant volume of material goes out through that particular route. And so if we can actually achieve unfettered access through that route, as well as through the North Channel routes, then that would be a big help.
Okay, thanks for that. Thank you.
Philip?
Yep, thank you, Chair. And like everybody else, I just want to pay compliment to the gentlemen and the officials. I mean, and it was clear from the presentation this morning that of all the good work from the industry and the engagement, so that's really good. I kind of held off to the end because I wanted to raise non-Brexit issues, particularly the avian flu. So the majority of the Brexit issues that I'd want to raise have been dealt with. I mean, it was clear, and from the presentation and from this morning, the issues with the Trader Support Service definitely need pursued. So, I mean, I would encourage DAERA to continually bang the drum with the Trader Support Services to get those issues ironed out as quickly as possible. And if the committee can be updated as that work goes along. I mean, the other members had been lobbied by the assisted dogs. I mean, that is a very important issue that we do need. I mean, I'm heartened to hear Robert say that the Minister is pursuing it, and kind of disheartened to hear him say that it could take longer than months. So again, I appreciate the committee getting any kind of updates on that issue. And then the avian flu outbreak, obviously that's the farm and clock is in my constituency, so I'm very concerned about it. Obviously it's going to be a devastating blow to the family and that business. So, I mean, can I ask, just given that devastating blow, will there be support for families and businesses affected by an outbreak? And just further to that, I mean, Robert mentioned some of the measures that are put in place for businesses. I mean, can I ask, is this something that affects domestic birds, and is there going to be any measures put in place to ensure that there's no spread via domestic birds? And he also mentioned that it's a virus or flu that diminishes in the summer. So if I could ask for maybe just a bit of clarity if that is the case.
Yeah, the virus gets here generally in wildfowl. And has swept across Europe, across GB, and has arrived in the island of Ireland. It did so around the end of October, beginning of November, when we started to find wildfowl. There has been an outbreak in Wexford in the south of Ireland, and then we have had our two here. Most species of bird are susceptible, but to different degrees. So actually, some of your waterfowl can have the disease, spread it, but not have particularly clinical signs. Domestic fowl tend to get a severe form of the disease, but it can also be spread by other birds, such as crows. And yes, it can be in birds like canaries and other kept birds. And in fact, we have a suspect flock, I think it was cleared this morning, in a flock of peacocks. And so virtually every species of bird. In GB, they've had a suspect in a group of penguins. So I think that gives you the full range of birds that can be affected by this. So on financial support, it there is, of course, compensation on the slaughter of the birds. The full costs of the destruction of the flock and its rendering is covered by government, but that doesn't, of course, replace for the family their loss of income. And it will be a period after C&D before they can repopulate. And it's important to realise here that this is not just one family. I think there are 3 families supported by this business, dairy farm, a very traditional Northern Ireland farm where they have diversified from livestock into poultry, and several families living off the one parcel of land. So it's a fairly typical situation for Northern Ireland.
Okay, Philip?
Yeah, thank you. Just to reiterate the point about being kept up to date with those other ongoing issues, if possible.
That's absolutely fine. Very happy to do that.
And if Chair, if you want an even influenza update on a regular basis, tell me what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be very helpful with this, given the seriousness of the...
If you want a written update, we'll get you a written update regularly, or I'll come back and talk.
Very helpful. Okay, given that we have no members down who have listed to ask a question, I want to take the opportunity to thank you for taking the time out of a very, very busy schedule to come here before us today, and sorry about the delay, but it's such a hot topic that there's so many questions with the previous witnesses and yourselves, so we genuinely appreciate this. It's important to get these things all thrashed out. So thank you very much, Dennis and Robert and Norman, David and Nicole, and Happy New Year to you.
Thanks very much,
Thanks,
Chair,
Chair,
and thank you to the committee members for your challenge and support. Okay.
Okay, in terms of any other business, the officials attend the meeting today, Dennis and Robert and Norman and Nicole and David, and substitute for their planned attendance at next week's meeting. However, I have requested that they provide the committee with fortnightly updates on EU exit matters starting from this week. And do members have any other business they want to raise before we adjourn? Can I maybe make a suggestion that and see in foot of the witness evidence that was raised today there, that perhaps we should consider writing to HMRC about the rebate, the issue to do with the rebate system that was highlighted by Victor. Perhaps write to JC about the guide dogs issue as well, and perhaps maybe would it be to the DEFRA about the MAS, the cost of the health attestation documents? Something maybe we should highlight as well. Is there any other issues actions that we should maybe want to come out of? We already have looked at the scheme and see another issue. So, sure. Okay then?
Sure. Chair, could I maybe make a suggestion? Would it be an idea maybe to get a submission or a presentation from the Trade Support Services at some stage?
You took the words out of my mouth, Patsy.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% right. I think we should definitely you should definitely ask for either an oral presentation from them, or at the very minimum a written presentation from them, because there's to me in today's meeting that was a dominant thread that ran right through it, that the Trade Support Service basically hasn't been doing what they should be doing and getting businesses prepared, and there's £355 million has been invested in them, and it's DERA here that is picking up the problems of businesses not being properly prepared coming from across the water. So I think that would be very important. I'm glad you came in with that suggestion, Patsy. So yeah, absolutely.
Okay, no problem.
So folks, hey, the next meeting is on Thursday the 14th here. Yes, Claire. Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
just that's reminding me. I think that just following up on an action from a previous meeting, I think we had contacted Shared Environmental Services and asked them for to come and give us a presentation. Have we heard back from them on that invite?
Scheduled. I can't remember the day, but it is scheduled. I think for January, February sometime.
Did you hear that? Did you hear Stella saying that it is scheduled for this month or next month, Claire?
I can't remember what date.
Chair.
Okay, Norman, Harry.
Hi, Norman's my brother, that's all right. I was going to say the VAT, I don't know whether it'd be worthwhile writing to KPMG or CBI, would it, for the update? Would you mind that, sir?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that okay?
That and the second-hand cars, especially because the traders are.
Yeah, I think you'd find Frankie Devlin would be very helpful there if we could get him in.
Yeah,
or get him online.
Yep,
Okay.
we'll try. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
folks, a few actions there. So thanks very much. And first meeting of the year, so it was very.
Yeah.
I think it was very constructive and a good start to 2021. So thank you very much, folks, and I'll see you all again next week.
Okay. No, go ahead. I'll not send it public.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30.